Okay, hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I I started the stream and then I kind of as if you guys look, for those of you that are actually live, for the YouTubers they can't see it, but I changed some of my channel point rewards. So there's a couple new things in there. A couple of things have changed, so you guys can pick out from those things. And yeah, so here we are. We're doing the Southern Shiverpeaks today, which is super exciting. I'm so excited about this. This might be a little bit longer of a stream because we're gonna have to go all the way up Lornar's Pass, which means that that's gonna take a minute. Like I feel like there's gonna be things that are gonna take a minute. Um, I don't really have any sound right now because I'm in like okay, we'll listen to Guild Wars 1 music. I enjoy Guild Wars 1 music over Guild Wars 2. It's more scenic, more like I don't know, I can't really describe it. But I hope you guys are doing good. I'm gonna kind of wait for some people to get here. I know there's certain people that really like watching this stuff, so and for those of you that are on YouTube, you can just forward, right? Like fast forward. So I'm hoping that today I'm not gonna fall asleep midstream because I felt like that's what I was doing yesterday. So God knows, I have no idea what's been going on with me because I will tell you guys what, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Usually I'm like late at night is like my time of day, and over the last couple months it's kind of changed and I'm not okay with it. It's like I feel like I'm turning into an old man and I'm not okay. Wow, I just realized I have like exactly half vistas. You guys can't really see the mouse, but you can kind of see me scrolling over it. I have exactly half of the world vistas. And I'm at 70% on that character. I might really like double down. What I've been doing on that character, that's my Mesmer, my Mirage. I've just been kind of like once like not really finishing maps, but just kind of going into the maps and doing like a couple things, and then like going to another map, doing a couple of things, and then like kind of I don't know, because I don't like doing map completion like that, like doing one map at a time, because then it becomes a grind, right? And I'm just like, okay, I'm grinding, I gotta get this done, I gotta get this done, and I want to get done as fast as possible and all this stuff, and it kind of sucks to play like that. I don't know, I'm not huge on it. So um but yeah, I mean, I will tell you guys, 70% is pretty much me casually playing that character for however many hundreds of hours. I don't even think I've played that character for thousands of hours. I think it's just been hundreds of hours, just casually. But it's like, I mean, you like go to do your dailies or whatever, and like the dailies are in Queensdale, for example, right? And you go over here to Shaymore, and you start doing some of these events, boom, you're done with all the hearts. Like, I mean, literally, these are really easy to finish. Like, that's kind of what's been happening, when they're just like, oh, your dailies are in Keswick's Hills, like, do events there or whatever, and I'll do, like, an event over here, and boom, I get that heart done. That's kind of, like, how I've been getting some completion done. And, if I happen to, like, walk by a heart and it's, like, almost done, I'll just, like, finish it real quick and just, whatever, just get it done real quick. But yeah, so as you guys can see, like a lot of these are like over like 84%, that's like 70%, 64, 68, 85, 64, 67. Like I could finish these up. I mean, that Bloodhead Coast is one of my least favorite maps. So that one is really low. 56, but Lorna's Pass is massive. I think all the starting areas are all finished. They usually are, because they're like the easiest ones to do. Brisbane Wildlands is a little iffy too. I'm not a huge fan of those. There's a lot of like a mid-level maps that I'm not a huge fan of. Like Snowden Drifts, I love. DSL Plateau, I like, actually. I actually like DSL Plateau. There's a couple of things over here with the farms and stuff that I'm like kind of like with, and some of the stuff in here, but most of the stuff's fine. So, anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about that because we've wasted enough time. All right, Southern Shiverpeaks. So, like a quick recap for those of you that kind of watching this out of order because it seems like my videos always get like weird random orders of people watching. But yeah, so we have done Ascalon, we've done the Shiverpeaks, we've done the central Shiverpeaks, we've done Kryta, we've done Maguma Jungle, we've done the Tarnished Coast, and now we're moving to what is essentially in Guild Wars 2 the Steam Spur Mountains. I mean, we did do Sparkfly Fen, but we're going to the Steam Spur Mountain here, and we're going all the way up to through into what is now, you know, where they now label Shiverpeak Mountains. We're also doing the Daldrimor Front as well. So we're kind of like, we're doing Mount Maelstrom, we're doing some Timberline Falls, some Drechon Cliffs, Lornar's Pass, and that's it, because we've already done that. I don't think Holbrack... Oh, I gotta actually pull up my resource here to make sure that I can get I can get this all correctly. Oop, my guide here, because I don't think... Yeah, so I will tell you guys, Holbrack and most of... So I did say we're gonna go to Drechon Cliffs, right? It's actually literally just the lower corner of it, like this lower part right here. None of this right here is in the first game. None of this is in the first game. Like literally this part is like cut out. I mean, it actually goes all the way over here. Because it's literally just like Rin that you can go to, and then you go, like we said, we did that journey, right? You can go across the Shiverpeaks this way, and you kind of journey into Kryta this way, right? We went like over here, there was that cave or whatever, that's where the cave would be. And then we had Beacon's Purge was like up here. Actually, it was right here is where Beacon's Purge is. And from Beacon's Purge, you can go down Lornar's Pass. So that all becomes available, and you can journey to all the way to Drachnar, which is down here. And then there's also Sorrow's Embrace. We're going to talk about that as well. But this part up here, that's like cut off. Like none of this. So I'm not going to even bother with any of this. We're not going to see any of that. I'm not going to go in there because it's completely different. You know, like Holbrack, you know, Norn weren't even down here at the time. It was literally all Dwarven lands. So, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. So let's start. This is where we pretty much left off last week. So again, I kind of wanted to recap, and then I didn't, or I actually did, because we talked about, I did Aslan, I did all the things. So and we did the Crystal Desert. That's the one I didn't mention. So we did the Crystal Desert all the way to where the Ellen is, down here. The most southern part was the Lonely Vigil, right? We talked about the weapon. We talked about this ancient weapon, which made it like a cameo appearance in the archives over at the Durman Priory, during the Hidden Arcana thing or whatever. Yeah, and we did all of that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was super fun. I really enjoyed talking about those things and looking at those things, and I really think that was one of the... I think they did like I said, they did a really, really nice job with like getting this to like fit perfectly. You know, even though we have like these giant mountains here that divide the maps or whatever, they still made it feel like yeah, okay, totally, you know. And I like that they use the names a lot, because when we go into the heart of Maguma, as you guys saw, there was so many names that were like just different. Everything was different, right? Like none of this, the middle part over here, matched. Like Drytop didn't look anything like Drytop, and Drytop was actually down here in Guild Wars 1. And then you know, there was like all these maps up here that look completely different, and the jungle looked completely different. I mean, this is nothing like the original Maguma jungle, which is, you know, I mean, that was the first expansion, so that's a little disappointing that we don't get anything that's like, hey, Guild Wars 2, right? But or hey, Guild Wars 1 stuff or whatever. But in the Crystal Desert, they made sure, like, a lot of stuff, yeah, again, doesn't really match up. Like you do M Noon and stuff, like I said. Old Amnoon is down here where you see all the stuff. Like, that's Old Amnoon down here. And that's not where you would think the docks are and stuff like that. You know, that's changed a lot. But certain things they really paid attention to, and they really just like, okay, you know, right here, you know, all of this stuff looked really good. We had the statue pieces that were like perfectly aligned over here. And then the names even, that was really cool too, because we have the Throne of Palentia, then we had the Vulture Drifts, then there was the, what was it called, wasn't it called like the Shallows something? Oh, Shallows of Despair, which were the Dunes of Despair originally. And then we have the Lonely Vigil. Like I said, that was really cool. Skyward Reach, Augury Rock, those names like dropping that Destiny's Gorge. Like that's so cool to me that they dropped Diviner's Passage was Diviner's Ascend, which was like further to the right over here or whatever. But yeah, I really enjoyed that they took the names. You know, that's really cool to me. So, but yeah, and that was pretty much it, right? That's all we pretty much did. So we still have all of that, but that's all gonna come much later because, well, actually not that much later. But anyways, let's just kind of get into it and see what is happening. So, first thing I want to do is I want to move in. It's so awkward to me now playing like this. I don't know why it's awkward to me, but yeah, so. I think it's like, yeah, it's backwards. So Guild Wars 2 is on my left, which it's for you guys as well, but if I raise my left hand, it's like on the right because it's mirrored, obviously. So I might get that stuff confused. You know, I keep switching it over and I don't ever remember. All right, so we're starting off with Drochnar's Forge, okay? And I'm getting attacked, which is not good. So let's do it. So map-wise, you guys can see. So because of the volcano erupting, Mount Maelstrom erupting, which is, you know, if you kind of look at the map, like Drochnar's Forge is right here, right? Which I am right now at Sunken Drochnar. Drochna. It's spelled differently, but this is what it is. This is the old Drochnars, and there's a point of interest, and we'll look at this stuff right there in a second. But this is right here. That's the city that I'm in right now. So Mount Maelstrom is like right over there across the water. So it'd be this mountain right here that is a volcano, right? And because of it erupting, it melted all of the snow on the southern part, right? And it reaches all the way into Timberline Falls. Timberline Falls just has this peak that's coming out, like this mountain range that's coming out that has snow. And then all the surrounding stuff, I mean, there's some like up here as well, but all the surrounding stuff is like melted, right? There's no snow and stuff even up here, which I haven't discovered, I guess. And then even to Lornar's Pass, which all of that in Guild Wars 1, all of that part down here is like snowy as fuck, right? It's like it's snow. And it's gonna look like Timberline specifically. I think it's gonna be super, super different. Rancor Ruins is gonna be interesting. Ural Stealth is something that's I'm really excited to talk about. And yeah, I don't know. Dermot Priory. I mean, I don't think we don't see anything that could be that. We've talked about the Frost Gate already, so I probably won't talk about that. But there's a couple things. There's the there is an area over here that I want to talk about, but yeah, anyways. So looking at the map, so that's why it's kind of changed. That's why the environment has kind of changed a little bit. So we're here in like more the tropical thing. It's a lot more tropical and like beachy themed, the map. But yeah, I mean, it's still here. So here we are. And like I said, we're going to be in just snow in Guild Wars 1. I mean, all of this is going to be snow. Like snow down here, snow here, snow here, snowy mountains everywhere. And like I said, Mineral Springs, I cannot wait to show you guys. We do not have that available. It's something that's considered to be in the Deldrimore front, I suppose, because it's pretty much right, it's like right up here. I've described this before. It's like right here, and Mineral Springs is like up here or whatever. And I would love to, and they even have like some water in there, which is part of the actual, as you guys can see, that's up here. That's this lake right there. They have that on the map, right? And water down here. There's like a whole river that flows all the way down to Marhan's Grotto. Um, I would love for ArenaNet to add a map right there. Like that would be perfect because you would be combining like base game, Char territory, to Norn territory, to higher level Norn territory, to season 4 stuff. Like that would connect the world so well together, and I would like for Arena to make that more. And I know I've talked about this, so let me see real quick. So I've talked about this person that makes those maps, and I never ever ever know the name. Okay, and I found the post the other day, guys. So a username or a user by the name of Nazguar. It's or no, I'm sorry. Javik guy. So it's JAVAKGUY. And this guy, that's the one that makes these maps. And they're fantastic. If you guys haven't looked at this stuff, it is really, really cool. It makes me want to play those maps. He makes them look really, really fantastic. Those are awesome. And he makes all those like the ones like I've talked about. He made a map for in between there. He made a map for right there. He made a map for like up here, I want to say, like somewhere around here or something. He made a map. I think he made a map for this as well. I remember him making a map for this as well. Like he's really, really cool. So if you guys are interested in seeing some like really cool map stuff, look up that guy. Um, and I'm gonna link. Actually, let me link one of his posts. Or let me make sure that. Yeah, so that he definitely does all that stuff. He posts other things. Um but yeah, I mean, and he has like there's a post right here actually. Series 1, like this is what I'm going to show you guys. This is so this map is like the Quarteria map, but then with his maps added to it. So it's this map that we see right here, but he has like a map up here. He has, like I said, this map down here. He has, what else did he have? He has, I guess, a map in here. Yeah, he made a map in there. He did not make a map there. He did not make a map there. He made a map, like I said, up here. And then he made a map in between here, and you can see it what it looks like, and it looks so good. It looks so good, and I really wish that ArenaNet would lean on that guy, and yeah, and kind of so. But that's the guy right there, and you guys can look at those maps. Those are fantastic. Those are really, really cool. So, all right, enough about that. So we're here in Drachna's Forge, which you guys can see, Dwarven lands, right? So everything is kind of still here. That gate right over there, I believe is this gate right there. As you guys can see, we're kind of facing the same way. Just that's why I have the maps. Let me move the map a little bit up because it's kind of in my way. So, but yeah, that way you guys can kind of see where I'm walking or whatever. But yeah, we have this like massive gate that leads outward, leads to this area that I haven't been on this character. We're gonna be going out there, Whitman's Folly, which is this. I believe it's supposed to be that gate right there. You can kind of like see some similarities. I mean, obviously this is all like dwarven structures. You see all these, but the Quaggons live here now. So and that's kind of like this is their big. I want to say this is like their big capital is Drachna's Forge. And we talked about Glint. We have the little altar over there that's Glint. And I want to say, and I talked about this, right? Where I think that guy over there, Frodark Steel Star. Let me look that up real quick. I want to make sure that um that's the did I Yeah, so that's right. So he's the guy, like I said, he's the guy that you can find his ghost in Thunderhead Peaks. When you go in to do the stuff. Let's see if we can actually see his ghost. I mean, we can travel really easily in Guild Wars 2. So this guy right there, he's part of the Brotherhood, right? Which, that's the altar right there. Let's see if we can find his ghost. I think his ghost is like hanging out, isn't it? It's not there. It's like when you go down in here and then there's that main room, and I think he hangs out in there. I want to say. I'm like, why am I telling you guys to look it up when I'm like supposed to be doing this anyways on my streams? That's what the streams are for, you dingleberry. Alright, there he is right there. So we have this guy in two different games, right? And he's the grumpy guy. He's just like, oh yeah, the ghosts in there. I hear you in there. They locked him out of the thing. Remember how he says that in the story? Like you can play the story, you can kind of hear about how he's locked out of the treasure rooms or some such thing. I don't remember what it was, but there he is. So yeah, so he was like kind of a side character in Guild Wars 1. I think he does give you some instructions on certain things or something. But yeah, so here he is, Frodok Steelstar. Cool. We get to see him in his whole glory. I don't know if Tronar Ironseer. I don't think he is. He's in the. Yeah, he's not in the game. That's okay. He's not in Guild Wars 2. I figured he wouldn't be, but. All right, so yeah, let's go back to. I kind of want to show you guys that. So he's over hanging out. I mean, I think the main base of like military operations is Thunderhead Peaks, but I think they're like economic center or whatever is probably Drachnar's. I would think, right? They're like military, base or whatever is Thunderhead Peaks, and then so. Alright, let's go back to Drachnar. Let's actually get on a... So this is the same gate right here, I think. Is this the same gate? Oh, there's two gates. Wait, there's two gates. Is there two gates here as well? Can I go to that corner thing? I think so, but I don't know. But yeah, so this is also a dwarven ship as well. Like these boats right here, they're like these ice boats. They have like they're like almost like little sleds. They have these kind of things that they slide on across the like icy sea or whatever. I think there's a couple of them that you that one right out there you can see out there. You can see that like a lot. So let me see. So there's that big one. There's that first big one. And then I think there's supposed to be the second one. So the first one is right over there, right? And then this is the second one, which I think is supposed to be like right here. And then you go to like the center, right? This is like the center. That's Jalis Ironhammer right there. They have like a big, I love that moon up there. It's really cool. They have that big statue of him. So that is like right here, but that's just like sunken right in the middle. But that's where the mayor is, right? That's where the Quaggons kind of took over. And the statue's gone now, of course. So, again, it all looks very jade-like, doesn't it? It has like this jade-like quality. But they took that into account as well, I want to say, for specifically for the Revenant, I think, because a lot of the powers of the Revenant, like this is very reminiscent of just the coloration of the skills and stuff, because it's like this blue grayish looking color. And that's pretty close. So we kind of continue, right? We kind of continue west, like northwestish, and we come to this place over here. So there's a cave right there. I don't know if that plays into anything, but I do know that this location right here plays into anything. And Destiny Scorch Heroes audience, take my advice and seek out. Because the Ari Rock can come at the other side of true hero. Okay. Um. Yeah. So I don't know why. I don't. That quest is kind of weird. So we come through the gate, and then we move across. We go through the little thing. That's kind of where I went, and then the cave is over there, which there's no cave there now. But we come over here, right? And we go to the right over here. So we see these buildings destroyed, which is like this stuff right here. And then we go to the right. I don't know what that like sword thing is. Some kind of weird skill that's happening. And we come right here. And it has the Drachner's relic, right? And well, I confuse stuff together here. But it's kind of in the same location. I mean, it's not directly where she's standing because Vanya is standing over here. Okay, she's like behind the wall on the side right here. She'd be standing right there, and then the relic is like over there, right? But I will tell you guys, so the reason why I go to her, why I go to Vanya, and why I kind of associate this hero challenge with Vanya is because she's one of those characters, and I've talked about this before. So in Guild Wars 1, you don't have traits, but you have attributes. And if you go back to really, really, really early days of Guild Wars 2, the trait system was almost like the attribute system because the attribute system is you can put points into whatever whatever like attributes you have, and they make certain skills stronger. And it's the green numbers that go up based on how many points you put in there. The numbers will go up and up and up. And there's like, I mean, as you guys can see, there's like so many freaking skills, right? And that's like not even showing you guys all of. I don't even have that many skills, but there's a crap ton. There's illusion magic as well, has a crap ton. And they get strong, and you kind of do that, right? And I have 13 in fast casting, I have 16 in domination magic. Now in Guild Wars 2, that's obviously different, right? Because you just kind of pick 3 lines, and then you go through and you get like 3 different things that you can pick out on each line, right? Essentially giving you all these options. Now this used to be different. This used to be like the attribute system, where you would actually have to invest points into it, and then you would get stats based off of how many points you're putting into the attribute system. That was into the trait system. Like however many points you put in, you would get stats based on which trait line you're putting that in, which is like way different to how it works now. But that's kind of like how when they transferred it over, that's kind of like the same thing. So how does that at all relate to anything that I've just talked about? So Vanya is actually one of the NPCs that you can get. So for every character that you make, you get all the way up to level 20 and you get like attribute points. But then at the end, once you're level 20, you can take up for each character, depending on which campaign you made your character in, you can get 2 quests that will give you an extra set of like 12 attribute points each time. Like 2 quests, like an extra 24 points, which is a lot of points if you think about it. That's a lot of points to be investing into like an attribute. And Vanya is one of them. So essentially, and this is where I compare it, essentially, because the trait system is based off of having hero challenge points, right? You need those training, you need those unspent hero points, right? You need those in order to unlock more traits, right, down here in the specializations or whatever. So it's kind of the same thing, right? You come here in Guild Wars 1 to get points to level up, and then to kind of make a callback to that arena. And I'd like to think that, I know, like I said, it's not the exact same location. It should be right over here, but it is over there. But there's nothing there. There's no reason for them to have done this in Guild Wars 2, right? So they placed what essentially are the attribute points, one of those right over here as a call. I would like to think that it's almost like a callback, right? So that's kind of a cute thing I kind of wanted to point out. And they called it Drochnar's relic, right? And it's like, oh, okay, because there's nothing right here, and there's nothing important about it. I mean, it's not even the center of town, and there's nothing right here. You know, they didn't even do it where Glint's thing used to be over there. Like, there's nothing there. They didn't even do it where the cave is. The reason why this cave is important is two reasons. So every city, and we've kind of come across this, like every major city, like Ascalon, and then you have Lion's Arch, and you have not Radasum, because I think they stopped it at that point. But you had the Henge of Dunravi. They all and then down here Amnoon, they have arenas that are like attached to them. And we kind of saw a little bit of Amnoon's arena, which is to the north. I've kind of talked about that. But yeah, so this is the Drachna's Forge arena. But it's also the location that you get beamed to at the very end of the game. So for the epilogue, that's where you get, because in the story, you journey from Ascalon to the central Shiverpeaks, to Kryta, to the Maguma Jungle, to the Tarnished Coast, then to the Crystal Desert, and then to the southern Shiverpeaks, and from there to the Fire Island Chain, which is the very last area in the game, and then you finish the very last mission. It's Hell's Precipice. And then once you finish that, then you get teleported to this cave right in front of me, right in there. And that is where the end of the game is. And there's the epilogue, and you can kind of talk to like Adalbert, and he talks about like, how he misses Rurik and blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? You get all this like info on these things happening and stuff, and these characters that were kind of like, there's some funny dialogue about how certain NPCs were gone for a little bit and stuff. But again, ArenaNet made a little callback to that, because they call the Forge Foundations right here, the POI, that's right here. Okay, and that is exactly where that cave used to be. Like right around this area, again, because it's off to the side, exactly like you guys can see. There's the stone wall, which is the stone wall right there. You know what I mean? And the cave entrance would be like right over there. It would be like literally right here somewhere. So that's kind of really cool. I really like that. But yeah, so that's pretty much Darkness Forge. I mean, you can kind of probably look around and maybe see some more stuff. I'm not sure if there's anything specific. There's a lot of electric fish here, which is whatever. In Guild Wars 1, there's nothing around here, I don't think. But yeah, so the layout, the topography, if you like kind of look at the little levels, how it like goes up and down and up and down and stuff, those are very, very similar to how it looks in Guild Wars 1. So, I mean, we can kind of do the same journey we did. Oh, okay. We can kind of do the same journey that we just did. So we go around this way, and this is where all the electric fish were. And there's really nothing there. It's just a couple of frozen waterfalls. And then you go into like the crafter's corner, or whatever, right? And I don't really even know. I went the wrong way. I don't remember. I don't know why I'm yawning. Okay, I'm drinking this Monster. I've made sure that I have a Monster today so that I don't fall asleep. That's why I'm drinking that right now. This one was really good. I actually like this one. I've never had this one. This one is it's Energy Zero Ultra. And it has Apex Legends like ad on the bag. Like you can get something, you can win something. I'm not gonna do that, but that's okay. So maybe if we come around here, yeah, I think this is where this is happening. I think this is where we come down into the like crevice. I think, are these the stairs that I just went through? Yeah, I think this is where the stairs are. I'm not quite sure. Again, we see these like weird obsidian things. We kind of saw that training yard. Who's training what? What are we training here? This is supposed to be a training yard. There's not a lot going on. But yeah, so it's about the same topography. You can see a couple of the buildings and stuff like that. But yeah, so this is what Drachna's Forge looked like originally. So you guys can kind of see. And again, it's super snowed in, so it looks very, very different. So let's go to Whitman's Folly. I haven't been in there on this character. And let's go into the world. So we'd be moving to like the southern part, I guess. We'd be going through that gate that I was standing at for God knows how long. So, journeying down here. Again, I don't know if anything looks the same or what. I haven't been in Witness, but look how white everything is. Wow, and just Grawl. Look, Grawl. That's crazy. But yeah, as you guys can see, it's foggy, it's snowy. I mean, it's just like, this is, again, completely different, like, way that everything looks. It's so different, you know? That's why, again, we won't find that many things, but I think ArenaNet did a nice job with Thunderhead Peak. Is it called Peak or Peaks? It's Thunderhead Keep in Guild Wars 1, and then it's called Thunderhead Peaks in Guild Wars 2. Okay. I think they did a nice job over there. So we're gonna kind of walk around and we'll see, we'll kind of journey across here. Yeah, so there's Grawl out here. There's Whoop Whoop, there's another Whoop Whoop. So, and, you know, again, in Guild Wars 2, we're, you know, I mean, it looks very different. Right? It's like nothing is the same, like Savari are hanging out here now and stuff. It's very, very different. I cannot go across there. I was trying to kind of get a look at the boat over there. What is going? Oh, there's an outpost right there. Port Sledge. I do want to go down there. I forgot that there was an outpost this far out. Alright, attack! Yeah, so we're kind of hanging out in Guild Wars 2. Because none of this stuff is going to look the same. But I'm just going to kind of show you guys. Because I think most people that watch this are not like exclusive Guild Wars 1 players. And they want to see what it looks like now in Guild Wars 2. I think most people that watch this are people that are Guild Wars 2 players that would like to see what it looks like in Guild Wars 1, right? Which makes this perfect, really. I think makes it. I think that it makes sense. It makes the most sense. There's so many Grawl. Holy crap! Look at that army of Grawl. All right, let's go into Port Sledge here. Let's hide away from these fuckers. Fuckers. Go, go, go! Alright, so we have a little outpost here. Port Sledge. Now, that is a, is that not a, yeah. So, this is where that is, right? So, the Port Sledge is where, let me make sure I'm correct on this. Yeah. So, the Port Sledge outpost is actually... it's actually right here where this outpost is. And it's called Old Sledge, right? Old Sledge Waypoint. Old Sledge site. I wonder if there's some kind of NPC we can talk to about some info. This guy right here. Named NPCs. Guys, if you want to know anything about lore in Guild Wars 2, just when you see a named NPC that's not just called like a Wild Hunt Valiant or like a Seraph, like Officer or whatever, you know, if they have a name, they usually have some kind of dialogue that you can talk to them. When I first came here, I had respectful appreciation of all creatures, but now I really hate scale. Why? Well, any animal whose survival needs inconvenience people. Wait, what? Any animal whose survival needs inconvenience people can be called bothersome. Okay, I don't know if that sentence makes sense. As fair as it is. But the pollution has made them so ferocious, it's impossible. Okay. So he doesn't have any info.
Will this actually work?
Of course. Just takes work to make it work. Not to be overly obvious, of course.
Just a little banter there between people. I don't think they have actual like dialogue, these people. Yeah, so if they're not like service people, you know, that have anything, but if they're named, if you guys want to learn stuff, just like as you walk around and you see someone's name, just like, you know, go up to them, press F, and see what they have to say. That guy up there, for example. Ethne? Or Gal, rather. Where we can talk to her. In the years I've been alive, I've seen things that frightened me, learned things that filled me with despair, but I've never encountered anything as infuriating as the Inquest. What are they doing? They're ruining everything, and that's what they're doing. They've allowed their awful lab garbage to pollute this whole area. The plants and creatures are suffering. Oh, hold on, guys. Yeah, so, you know, I mean, you kind of get like really cool tidbits and stuff, and I really wish that, I don't know, some people there, because there's some really cool stuff that you can find, where people will like say like really cool things and tell you like about really cool things. So, what am I doing? Old Sledge. Yeah, so this is it right here, guys. As you guys can see, there's more of those ships. There's another big one of those. There's like a medium-sized one right there. And that's it. There's really nothing out here. And we can kind of... we didn't read about Drachna's Forge. Long ago, when the tribes of Daldrima were united under one banner, Drachna's Forge was the seat of the mighty Dwarven nation's power. Named for one of its most beloved kings, the forge has never once been taken by an enemy nation. Okay? And then we have Port Sledge. This bustling port supplies the dwarves with much of their goods and supplies. The dock workers are kept busy with a constant flow of ships coming and going, and the market is always filled both with exotic and practical wares. The cold temperatures, heavy snowfall, and frozen waters make no difference to the hardy dwarves, but travelers are wise to bring heavy coats and plenty of warm blankets. I love this. Like, I love those little lore tidbits that you get from clicking on it. I really wish that there was like something where I could like click on a waypoint and get like a little bit of info on it. I mean, that would be like fucking amazing. That would be so cool. But yeah, alas, that doesn't really happen. But yeah, that's all that is out here. So this is pretty much the port where they transport their supplies. You can get skills here, and you could move. I mean, the bridge there is broken, so you can't even move across there. So there's only like one exit. Everything else has been broken. And I don't think there's anything that even takes you here, like, at all. Like, I don't think there's anything that necessarily takes you here. So, what it is, you know? Cool little outpost, and we're gonna, like, continue a little bit more with that. Who's this guy? What does he collect? Oh, intricate draw necklaces. Nice. Alright. And we journey further. I guess we could go the super southern path here. And we can actually go into territory that we're not really allowed to, right? It's like we can get to like here, but I don't have access to this right now, and it looks very different anyways, and all that is blocked off as well. So I'm kind of shit out of luck in Guild Wars 2, but in Guild Wars 1, not so much, because I can literally journey through all of this right here. All of this is fine. Not that there's anything to see. I'm not gonna show you guys like everything. There's a black bear. You can charm that. I'm not gonna show you guys like everything. I don't think on these areas because, like I said, some of them are just like, okay, cool, but I mean, it looks a little like Pride Rock over there, doesn't it? You have these little ice lakes or whatever they're supposed to be. Azure Shadow. But yeah, there's really nothing out there. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's anything interesting to see either. That was kind of the thing with the original Guild Wars, like Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars Prophecies or whatever you want to call it. I think that's kind of a little bit of an issue with it. There's a lot of areas that are just very bland. There's not a lot to see. You know, when we went to the jungle, like there was just like areas that just like had nothing in them. It's just the same thing over and over and over again. You know, in the Wilds mission, you know, in the you go to the falls and it all kind of looks the same. You know, they didn't add that many details, which I'm really glad that they've like progressed in that sense. Like as you guys can see, there's nothing out here. You know, but that even changed with like Guild Wars uh Guild Wars factions, right? Like that already changed a lot, and then like Nightfall had a bunch of little details in all kinds of maps. But the Prophecies map or maps are probably like some of the more bland some of the more empty ones. There's not a lot going on in those. So as you guys can see, there's really nothing going on down there, and that's all like part over here anyways. So there's nothing to see there. So I think I'm gonna go back to Drachnars and kind of move north, and we'll move to we're gonna move through the Talus chute, and we're gonna go towards like the Copperhammer mines and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm not gonna show you guys every detail because again, the temperatures, the climate like has changed for this area. So it's different now, right? It's just everything kind of looks a little bit different and everything acts a little bit different. You know, because we're kind of going north, but even I mean we have to go very, very far north in order to get to like the snowy parts, right? I mean, that's really how it is. I really love this because you come out of this area right there that is clearly nighttime because there's a moon there, and like I said I think it was last stream. There's no day and night cycle. So you come out, and I think this is supposed to be like, this is a morning. This is like a morning sun that's kind of like rising or whatever. Yeah, and here we are. So I'm going to make my way through the ice dome, through the copper mine fields, and we can kind of see the area and see if some of that makes sense. I gotta actually look at it to see what we're actually seeing. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna go to the left here because I want to show you guys something, and then yeah, that's probably a better idea. I want to go this way. So we have Tengu here as well. So this is the Avikara. They're out here in the southern Shiverpeaks. Again, you know, in the 250 years that things have changed, the Tengu are now all living in the domain of the winds. Domain of winds, right? I don't know why I can't remember what it's called nowadays, but yeah. So because there's gonna be something really cool that we're journeying to, like right up here. I want to say is where it is, and yeah, it's like right up here, And then that's gonna be for you guys like way up there. I don't think there's anything that even looks remotely the same, so I can probably already go there. So, as you guys can see, it's called Talus Water Slide in Guild Wars 2, and that's the Talus Chute, right? So, it's kind of the same idea here with the name. So, it's again a callback to the area. I always love when they do that. I just think it's really cool because, like, why would the name change, right? You give it a name, and you know, like, why would you change that name? It's not like anyone really cares about like what this area of the world is called. You know what I mean? So you kind of give it a name and then you like leave the name. So it's like whatever, right? So alright, so we're kind of traveling through the mountains here. Again, I'm not showing you guys really that much of it because there's really not like that many things I'm like, oh, you know, different temperatures and stuff like that kind of prohibit me from seeing a lot of these things. Sorry, I keep yawning. Jesus. I don't know what's been going on with me. I gotta, like, figure out my sleep schedule. Because it's like, now I get tired when I start streaming. And I'm like, I shouldn't be tired. Like, I need to take a nap before I start streaming. Oh, no. I can't walk through there. Oh, okay. I was like, no, I'm stuck. So we're kind of journeying here. As you guys can see, none of this looks anything like Mount Maelstrom. Looks nothing like it. We have some tundra giants as well as a mountain troll. We gotta go up there, but I do want to show you this. So again, a different kind of troll. We've seen the jungle trolls. This is like a one-eyed troll right there, and then we have these giants, and they look like really cool. How far is this going? This is going all the way up there, and then it goes back down there and loops around. I think it does. Wait, is this where I'm supposed to? No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go this like this winding path up. I think so. I don't know. This is like going from memory, but I do see a resurrection shrine, which means that I'm going where I want to go. And then there's enemies down below. So you gotta be careful with that as well. Blessed Griffin. Oh, Blessed Griffin. Die. Look at that. We get more of the dwarf's little... Oh, did you see that? That was like... It's like lagging. What's happening? Yeah, so we get more of the dwarven structures and stuff. The little mining structures. We get 300 enemies right here. I don't know what's happening. There's like way too many enemies around. Where are the healers? I don't know who the healers would be in this group. This guy? Yeah, that guy right there. That's the one. Alright. Cool. Taking care of that fool. Oh, you fool. How dare you. Attack. Was he using Spellbreaker? Alright, come on. Kill him so we can move on. It's Burr. Burn. Alright, so we get these like shadows, right? And you guys will kind of think like, oh look, it's Skelks. Well, I will tell you what, guys, Skelks looked very different in Guild Wars 1 compared to Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1, there were these like underground creatures that you could find that were very like, they had these like fungal like things growing on their back and stuff. They like looked like living mushrooms a little bit. Like, they were like these dinosaur mushroom looking things. And yeah, so which I think is would make a really cool variant for like a Venusaur. A Venusaur variant, I just thought of this. A Venusaur variant where the flower changes to like a mushroom on the back. There you go. Make that happen, Game Freak. I'm like, who makes Pokemon? Alright, here we are. We're at Camp Brancore. Camp Brancore. Look at this. Rancore Ruins, they call it. So this is Rancore. This is when it wasn't ruins. So again, with the Dwarven Gate right here. And oh my god, getting stuck on everything. Getting stuck on everything. So, I don't think that these ruins really align. And we can kind of look at them in Guild Wars 2 because yeah, I don't think that they align, which is kind of sad to say that they just don't. Because again, we have a Dwarven Gate here, which we didn't really come through one of those. Like, it's supposed to be right in the south, right? But there's nothing like that. And then you come in, and then you have another gate north, and you have like some houses on the thing on the right. Like, none of this is, you know, you come through the thing, and then there's some houses. Like, I don't see any houses on the right. You know, there's nothing there. And nothing even looks the same. There's no walls really built. So nothing. So I think some of these structures are supposed to have been like, I don't know, built after the fact. But then again, why would they look like this, you know, 250 years later? Like, they look like they've been ancient. So kind of, again, a little continuity thing where that doesn't quite look correctly. But anyways, this is Camp Brancore, and we can talk about it. Named after the stone-summoned dwarf Rancore Ironwool, who was known for his extreme intolerance of other races. Camp Brancore had its immoral beginning as a slave labor camp. Although it is still used to house some of its slaves, the summit use it largely as a staging area for launching raids against the Daljamor dwarves. Okay, so it's kind of weird to think that the enemy, the Bat Dwarves, the Stone Summit, they're literally just calling them the Summit, uses this against the dwarves that are our friends. So I'm not sure what really is going on there, but because like that guy we can talk to, like, is he, you know, and this guy, are they like Stone Summit dwarves or are they Daljamor dwarves? Like, we don't know. But they don't actually have a conversation with us. So I'll look across here. I will tell you guys. So there is part of, so there's an area right up here. It goes to, so as you guys can see, it's Lornar's Pass there, which goes like up here, and it goes down here, and I think ends like somewhere right here. And then you have this area that goes down here all the way down, which is called Snake Dance. You guys can kind of see it's Snake Dance right there. And 99% of Snake Dance is not even available to us. Or actually, that's not true. I want to say about like 65% of, or like almost 70% of Snake Dance is not available. Only the like northern part of it is, and yeah, so I'm not gonna really go in there and show you guys anything because I don't think there is anything to show. I don't think there's anything like super important where I'm like, ooh, we need to make sure that like, I don't think it's like that. So we're gonna take the route around. So we're gonna go down. I want to go to the mines. I want to go to the Granite Citadel. Show you guys some stuff over there. Then go back up here, Lornar's Pass, and then lastly, we're gonna actually make our way to the ice flow as well as Thunderhead Peaks, which is kind of like off to the side over here, because that's like a whole different area in Guild Wars 2, and then that way. So that's kind of the plan here. I don't know how long the stream is gonna be, because the Southern Shiverpeaks, again, they have a lot of really cool things that they have, like, that line up, but there's a lot of, like, because of climate, because of 250 years, and because of just game design or whatever, you know, they made it a whole different area. So, and they just kind of do callback areas. But yeah, so here we are, and we're journeying back across towards the ice dome, and I think there's some structures in there. I don't know if we're gonna see remnants of these structures in Guild Wars 2. Specifically, the ice dome has like a lot of like towny looking stuff, where it's just like, I think the ice dome is like just one big town. There's just like all these houses around and stuff, and it looks really cool, but it's just really small. As you guys can see, it's really small. You go in here and you go back out here. Like, this is the only two entrances, and it's really small. So yeah, and we're journeying across the Talus Chute, which again is kind of like right here. It's like this area right here. I want to say it actually goes like all the way across. It's like this area right here, but again, that's not really anything that, you know, and that's only the northern part of the Talus Chute. Um, Again, there's really nothing to say like, oh, this is this. Oh my god, really? Let's summon Ridlock, he can help me with some of this stuff. Yeah, so I don't think this stream is gonna be super long, but that's okay. I kind of want to just journey across there and show you guys that. And then probably from, again, I'm going to kind of skip through some of the really unimportant things. Because, again, in Guild Wars 1, you, like, see, like, one part of the... Great of that. You see one part of the map, you've kind of seen, like, the whole map. You've kind of seen it all. You know, so Brancore ruins. Oh, I do want to show you guys. So that's something that I'm gonna do once I get to the actual outpost. Why can't I? Oh, okay, my game just bugged out, guys. My Guild Wars 1 game just bugged out. I can't move. Oh, it crashed. This happens sometimes, so I will tell you guys. There's this weird bug that'll happen. Yeah, it literally. It's stuck on the screen for you guys, and it's stuck on that same screen for me. That's actually giving me ish. Yeah, so sometimes there is there's a bug in the game, which I haven't encountered that bug in a long time, but okay, so I'm probably just gonna teleport right. Okay, it's not even letting me close it right now. All right, close it, please. Hang on. I don't care if you report it. Just close the. Hold on, let me just do this. Um, yeah, I did not. Okay, can I go back in? Oh, it brings me right back. Okay, so, yeah, we're back in. Ta-da! We're back in. Yeah, sometimes when you get kicked out, it actually takes you back to the map. Yeah, they had technology like this in 2005. So I want everyone to get mad at ArenaNet for not having that technology in Guild Wars 2. Because they have that technology in Guild Wars 1. Well, it's a little bit different because this is like a whole instance, right? So it's like they can just teleport you back into the instance. They can kind of save the instance, but would be nice if they could kind of utilize some of that technology for Guild Wars 2, where that is something they can do in Guild Wars 2 as well. So you don't lose your progress or your spot in the queue or whatever it is you look, you know, whatever thing is. Like you don't lose your stacks of fishing or whatever it is. Yeah, so I do want to show you guys once that there's another whoop whoop. There's a bunch of if you guys have noticed ascendant weapons and stuff. There's an ascendant weapon set that's called like something whoop whoop. It's named after all of these family members, I think, right? Right? Yeah, it's the whoop whoop armor. It's named after this whole Whoop Whoop Grawl tribe. There's one Whoop Whoop that's there's one Whoop Whoop in pre-searing, and then you guys will see all of these guys are all like the bosses or whatever are called Whoop Whoop. Look at this beautiful landscape. Oh my god, we're dying. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm dead. Wow. That's a lot of stuff going on there. Holy crap. Yeah. That's the sound of me. Yeah. Edibo, cap. But yeah, so I want to show you guys at some point then Ural's Delve. That's a character. Do I have? Let me see if I have. By Ural's Hammer. Okay, is actually skill, which is a shout. For 30 seconds, all dead party members in earshot are resurrected with full health and energy. Resurrected party members deal 33% more damage. When this effect ends, affected party members die. This skill does not occur. So, yeah, so that's a character that you can actually meet in Guild Wars 1, and there's like a quest chain that you can do for him and his brother, I want to say. Oh, we're going through like a whole Grawl camp right now. Awesome. Love it. Love everything about it. It's my favorite thing ever. But yeah, there's a quest chain, a quest chain in Eye of the North, I want to say it is, and it's in one of the cities. I want to say it's Zephala? No. Where are they standing? I remember. I don't know. They might be in Gunner's Hold. I think they're in Gunner's Hold. But you find him, or maybe they're even in the next to the chamber. Eye of the North. There's like a part where you can go into the like heart of the mountain. A time for heroes. Destruction depth. Yeah, somewhere down there. I don't know, but there's a point where you can find Ural and his brother, and there's some docks down here, but I can't go any further. Or can I? Wait a minute. No. Okay, so this is a dead end actually where we're going right now. But anyways, yeah, and there's like this whole question that you can do, and he ends up giving you that skill. And I think it has something to do with his like brother gets killed or something. It gets like kidnapped or killed or something like that. Or there's something with his brother and you like avenging him or something like that. I don't really remember. It's been a long time since I've done those quests, but yeah, and that's just like a little side character that you can meet, and oops. Is that so okay? Okay, yeah. I'm accidentally clicked. But yeah, that's pretty much, I mean, that's just kind of it, you know. There's so many Grawl here. Holy crap. So that's what that character is named after. There, you know, and again, it kind of goes with the whole idea of, you know, Ural being a character that has a quest chain for you that allows you to get skills, because that is where those skills are coming from. The like by Ural's hammer or whatever is one of the skills that you can earn through him, through doing the quest chain. There's I think he gives you like two different things that, oh my God, are you kidding me? I gotta walk all the way around. Might as well have started from Darkness Forge. That would have been much faster. Whatever. I'm already like committed now. I don't care. But yeah, so that's pretty much that character. I mean, again, it's not like super important or anything, and doesn't have any huge impact, but because that character gives you a skill, they kind of do the same thing here, where instead of giving you a skill, they give you the ability to get a skill, right? Because it's your delve or whatever, and you can kind of like read about it, and it shows you that there's like you know, you can gain power from the spot, right? So that's kind of, again, another callback. It's not like the attribute thing where you get attributes at Vanya's spot, but you get you know, you still get some kind of power, right? And that's kind of like, oh, we memorialize that by having a hero challenge right here, you know. And I always find this so weird. It spawns, you kill that spider and it spawns another veteran spider, and that's actually an event. That's what's so strange about that. I don't really understand that. Good noise. Oh. Okay, so we got some storm summon doors. Finally meeting some other enemies here. But yeah, it's even harder contrast, cool cave atmosphere, moves upward in waves, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so that kind of is the callback to that guy. You know, really, really cool. Great, now we're fighting these guys. Luckily, we're all long range. Attackers! Attackers! Attackers attack! Alright. More Stone Summit dwarves on their little mounts, on their Dolyak mounts. I still want a Dolyak mount for Guild Wars 2. At least give me a turtle skin. Like, the turtle skins that they've been releasing have not been good. I'm waiting on one that's like, I like the ones that are like different. You know what I mean? That like don't look the same. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I have the like the skimmer one that's like a turtle. Oh, I can't mount right here. Great. Perfect demonstration, isn't it? Oops. I have the turtle one, right? And then there's the like hummingbird one, which is like, you know, I mean, that's like completely different from what they were. I like those. Those are really cool. Oh my god, I can't get over this tiny hill. Those are really cool to me, and I wish we would get more of those. And I really think that there is, they could do a Dolyak mount skin for the turtle, for the siege turtle. So this is Ice Dome. I kind of wanted to show you guys this because this is like, this is right outside of this area, so it's actually like over here. So it's not accessible. It looks nothing like, again, it's one of those things that looks nothing like it. And there's not even ruins. Like, this is like highlight stuff. There's not even ruins around. You don't even see like the Great Ooh or anything like that around there at all. And again, none of those areas even look remotely the same. But I kind of want to show you guys this because there was like a whole Dwarven community. Look at this. This is pretty much Ice Dome. It's just this massive city. And it goes further. I mean, this is a tough area for new players and stuff because you kind of come across all these really big enemy groups that are really tight together. And it's dangerous. Like, look at this. Look at all these names. Because it's not a big area, but they've squeezed in a ton of enemies into the area. And kind of make it, like, you know, just really dangerous. I mean, my characters are pretty good, so they're pretty strong. So you know, I'm not too worried about that stuff when I go in here, but I can still die. I mean, I have died already before, so if my teammates would hurry up and get here and start killing some of these guys. All right. Well. Arr. There's that arm. But yeah, it would be really cool to have like an armored Dalyak like that. I mean, it look a little bit different in Guild Wars 2 now, but having like an armored Dalyak mount for your turtle, oh my god, that'd be so cool, wouldn't it? I mean, I still kind of hope that maybe ArenaNet is considering doing another mount for World vs. World. And God knows, I know people would probably be like, you know, I don't know, sue me or something for coming up with that idea. But, you know, the Warclaw is cool and all, but people were always talking about like a 2-player mount for World vs. World. You know, something akin to the Siege Turtle. Um, you know, and just have it be like a Dolyak or whatever, and call it like a War Dolyak or something. I think that would be really cool. I would really enjoy that. And I really think, because specifically when we talk about like World vs. World and stuff, I think with the abilities thing, they could do so much more with this. I honestly think that is probably one of the laziest designs that ArenaNet has ever made. They're literally just like, oh yeah, this thing, yeah, you get stronger with, you know, you just get stronger with it. You know, in this, in this, and this. There's like so many different things that they could have, and I can't think on the top of my head. I know I had like all these ideas where I'm like, oh, this could be a line, this could be a line, this could be a line. They need to expand more on this. I mean, I'm only 800. You can go up to 10,000, right? That's the highest rank is 10,000. I'm only at 800, and I'm like getting there. Like, look at this. I mean, I need what, 60 here, 120. 180, 240, 300, 420, 420. So by the time that I'm like 1200, like around there, 1200, 1300 or whatever, I'm gonna be done. So you have like, you know, essentially you have like 8,000, you know, 8,000 plus levels that nothing happens. Like, that's kind of shitty, you know what I mean? Like, that's really dumb. You get all these like extra points that you can't do anything with. So I would really, I mean, and that can't be too hard to like implement some stuff in there. And I don't know, there's some really cool things. I think that if they really thought about it, if they really had someone like seriously think about it, they could come up with some really cool stuff, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. So again, we're at a point where this is all areas that we are not able to actually see in Guild Wars 2. Okay. Now the reason why I'm going here, this is off. So this is right. So I will tell you guys the Ice Dome. So the Ice Dome was right here, right? I told you this. And so the entrance to Ice Dome is like down here. So this is like Ice Dome over here. Entrance is here. And then the exit for Ice Dome is right there. And then the Frozen Forest is right there, which as you guys can see, that's right there. So the Frozen Forest is up there. And then we have the Spearhead Peaks, which actually goes to like up there. And then we have the Iron Mines, which is going like on this side over here. So like the Iron Mines are over there, the Iron Mines of Meladoon, Moladoon. I'm not gonna go in there because again, there's not really anything interesting to see. Or do, I don't think. But I do want to go up to like a little bit further up here, and like I said, I do want to show you guys some mineral springs because there's actually some really cool things that you can see. And I want to show you guys this. So, yeah, so we're going to make our way. I'm going to walk through Spearhead Peak now. We're gonna kind of skip the frozen forest again. I don't think there's anything super interesting. I will, like I said, the very last pieces of this, of today's stream will be Thunderhead Peak and Iceflow, because that's really cool stuff there. But yeah, so we're making our way north now, making our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. Is that the lyrics? Did I get that right? I don't remember. I haven't listened to that song in a long time. Yeah, because specifically up here, Spearhead Bane. So you guys will see Spearhead Peak, and then we have Spearhead Bane. And yeah, and we go up. Is there anything else that's kind of reminiscent? No, again, there's nothing really. That's okay. But yeah, so we want to move into that area because there's the, as you guys can see, there's the Granite Citadel, and that's like one of the areas I have fond memories of in Guild Wars 1 because that's where I got my very first elite armor, which is essentially like, I don't know, you could probably compare it to like ascended armor, I want to say, in Guild Wars 2. You could say that that's probably the equal. I mean, it's supposed to be more like legendary armor, but I want to say that I think some certain elite armors are like legendary armor, like the obsidian armor, for example. Like that's legendary armor in Guild Wars 1, you know. So because that's like really tough to get, and you have to do like really hard stuff for that, and like repeat it over and over again, you know, kind of like how you have to do that with raids in Guild Wars 2 or whatever, you know. So but yeah, we're making our journey, and I've done this journey very many times, and I actually really like Spearhead Peak because it has some really cool like peaks, like mountain peaks where you can kind of see across the landscape. And again, I really like the skyboxes in Guild Wars 1 because they set this like really the tone really well, I think. And they give you like, they make you feel like the areas are very unique to each other. When in Guild Wars 1 or in Guild Wars 2, they kind of all feel samesies a little bit. You know, as you like, I mean, you kind of, I mean, they aren't that bad, but I feel like, you know, I don't know. It just feels very different. I think in Guild Wars 1, they're a lot more like in your face. You kind of like look at them a lot more than you do in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, everyone kind of like looks like this, and I don't see a skybox, right? But in Guild Wars 1, like I can walk around and, you know, just, I mean, I don't know. I'm forcing it now, so might be full of shit. But yeah, I don't know. The skyboxes aren't bad. I do like them. They are somewhat pretty. I just wish they would kind of lower it, right? Like, I wish these clouds were, like, down here. Like, I want to see them behind the mountains. I feel like that would, like, create so much more of, like, this, like, ooh, okay, alright. Like, ooh, you know? Like, gives you a little bit of that feeling, you know, where you're like, oh, okay. But, like, everything is, like, right. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it has this, like, cutoff line. It's, like, right there. That's where all the fun stuff in the sky starts. But, like, let's be honest, guys. How many of you guys look up in the sky in Guild Wars 2? You like 99% of players aren't like me. They're like, ooh, look at the pretty lights up there, and look at this cloud formation. It looks like a bunny. Like, I do that, right? Because I'm just like a starry-eyed child that like wanders through. I'm like the little like la 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 la. I dance across like the flower beds and stuff like of the world. That's kind of what I do, right? Uh, oh look, this guy. We killed him earlier. He's back for revenge, for more, for death 2.0. We'll kill him again. We can certainly oblige. Go, go! Yeah. Uh-oh. Maelstrom is a really strong ability. I got hit by it 4 times. But yeah, so it'd be, I think just if the skyboxes were just like lowered, like if they were like cut a little bit and then like lowered down, it might be not super realistic because you might say like, oh, okay, why is there like all these clouds like right there? But I just think like putting it more in the foreground for people to like, you know, as I look across here, like that looks so bland. Doesn't that sky look really bland? But why would I look any higher? That is where the game ends. You know what I mean? That's where my viewpoint ends. So why don't you move this down? Like if I saw this right there, up here, like that would be really cool. You'd be like, whoa, okay, there's like a sky, like a, I don't know, just makes it look cool. That's just my opinion, you know, of course. Okay, that's a dead end. How do I know I was gonna eat my fucking words. I went the wrong way. That's why. I was like, I've done this journey a million times. No worries at all. And then, yeah. This is me right there. I want to go this way. Because the highest peak is to my right. Right up there. You can actually go up there. You guys can kind of see it. I want to go there. Because you get like a really cool vista. Of like, just the game. Or the area. The area of the game. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, what was that? Did you hear that? That was weird. I don't know where that came from. Was that Ridlock burping? It was probably Ridlock burping. Black-hearted Regal is flying by. Okay. I hate items. They're like the worst enemies because they deep freeze you, or they mind freeze you. And I think don't they deep freeze you too? Yeah, no, it's mind freeze, I guess. Is that what I'm thinking of? I was thinking of like deep freeze, but that's like, isn't that Pokemon? Get my completely different franchises mixed up together, like mixed up. So yeah, look at this, guys. You can kind of look at this. This is so cool. See, that's why I wanted to go this path. I'm gonna go up there. I want to show you guys that. I don't know what that is, but we're going. We're gonna go. It's items. More of the fuckers. I hate him. No. So they have like a really cool, like the reason they're really strong is because there's a lot of them. And what they will do is they will slow you by like freezing you, like the mind freeze and stuff, like slows your movement and stuff. So you guys can see up there, like my movement is like slowed and stuff. And then what they do is they do like this AoE called Maelstrom, which is essentially like AoE pulsing in the area, but it also interrupts you with every pulse. Every pulse interrupts you. So you'll see, and the best way to know that Maelstrom is on you or where it is, it doesn't have like an effect. Again, this is not Guild Wars 2 where like everything is like shiny. But do you see that crystal that just fell? Yeah, that's where Maelstrom is. Right here on me, right there, that's where Maelstrom just fell. And then every second it ticks it. So it's a really good combo because they're interrupting you every second, but they're also slowing you down to the point where you can't get out of that thing. So you're like essentially getting interrupted and there's nothing you can do unless you can get out of the areas. You have to like cleanse that condition or the hex or whatever that is that they put on you. So only me. All right. Oh my goodness, more of them. More of them. They're here. I like this. I like this though. This is really cool. This is like picture worthy. Like the Brancore ruins with the trees and stuff. And then like the mountains in the background with the sun. Like, to me, that's really cool. Like, I could take a screenshot of that. It's gonna look really funky, I think. Because the screenshot, I don't know. Is it gonna be a skinny screenshot? I've never done like a skinny. Let me look at it. Let me see what that looks like, because I've never done like a skinny screenshot. Guild Wars. No, wait, Guild Wars 2. Oh, it is skinny. Okay. Huh. That would make like a good phone background, I guess. Okay, interesting. All right, so here you go. Oh, one thing I wanted to talk about. So while we're kind of journeying across here, across these mountains and stuff. So one thing that's really interesting in Guild Wars 1, which is something that I kind of wanted to discuss, kind of talk about, kind of put in people's ears and see how they feel. I mean, I guess it's, you know, and for those of you that are on YouTube, please comment down below if you guys have any thoughts on anything that I say. I know there's a couple of people, and I'm really bad with names and stuff, so, it is Geovaz89, I hope I'm saying that correctly, but they've been commenting on all the like, or on some of the videos and stuff, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. I love that. I love the interactions and stuff, and hearing what you guys think. Because, you know, I say all these stuff and all these things, right? I sit here for 5 hours and I'm just like, me. But I want to hear what other people, like, their thoughts as well, right? So I really appreciate it. So if you guys have anything that you want to add to, or say, or ask even, like, I would love to. I answer every single comment on any of my videos. Like, I have a crap ton of comments on like my freelancer video, and I always go back to answer it. Like, I answer those every time. So if you guys have anything that you guys want to ask or whatever, you guys can go right ahead. And even if it's like something that's maybe not related to the subject at hand, ask away. So we have this little like signal fire thingy. I think this is part of a quest where we have to like light the signal fire. There's I don't know, this might be the Stone Summit symbol. I'm not quite sure whose flag that is. No, they have like a dragon looking thing. Yeah, they have like this weird dragon looking stuff, which is kind of weird. Ba 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 ba. It's also not the Daldrum War. It's not the Daldrum War. This is like the Grawl? Is that like a Grawl symbol? They have nothing on it. Okay. I'm not sure. But yeah, so this is like the peak. This is kind of what I wanted to show you guys. So down there, you guys would you can't really see, but that's like where the stuff is down there. That's where we came from. That's the Resurrection Shrine, I think right outside. That's where I accidentally wandered to, right? That's where the path split and I came back around. So we went this way, and I walked all the way over there, and then I realized, oh crap, and then we came back around. But yeah, so this is like the big peak. This is what like the Spearhead Peak is. That's pretty much that's the peak right there. That's the big peak right there. And yeah, so there you guys. There you go. Did we read about this? Through an unfortunate twist of heritage, Ortho Copperhammer shared ownership of these mines with a cousin Bragg, a Stone Summit warlord. When Bragg learned that Ortho had trade agreements with the human settlements in the foothills, he led a raid on the mines to punish his cousin. Today, this area serves as an outpost for adventurers on the way to Frozen Forest. So we don't even know what happened between these two like cousins or whatever. But there's like a little bit of background to this. So what I was starting to say earlier, so you can see it right there. So that's a boss right there. It's like a boss aura, as you guys can see. It's gone now, but yeah. So Hail Black Ice. Is that another? Oh, that's another boss. There's two bosses on top of each other. That's really interesting. That doesn't happen too often. Getting two at once. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. But yeah. So one thing that's really interesting about Guild Wars 1, which I think ArenaNet totally missed the mark on with Guild Wars 2 specifically. I'm gonna do a little detour here, guys, before we move on. I'm gonna go into Gren's footprint. Um, how do I get there? I think I have to go down where that sign is down here. Yeah, I'm doing a small detour, or let's not. No, let's not. We'll walk there again. I'll find my way back there again. It's really close from the Granite Citadel, so I didn't even realize how close that was. So but yeah, so in Guild Wars 1, so we have elite skills, right? In Guild Wars 2, right? We have these elite skills that are like these powerful spells that we can use, right? In Guild Wars 1, you actually had to. So elite skills are identified by this golden border, right? And you can go through. I have like energy surge right here. Power block is an elite spell. I have all these right there. And I think that's it on this character. I don't think I have any writ spells. Do I have an illusion spell? I do. Crippling Anguish and Migraine as well. Now the cool thing about Guild Wars 2's or Guild Wars 1's elite skills is you have to capture them. So remember how we last week we talked about Augury Rock, how you have to like level up to level 20, and that was like pretty much where you became ascended, right? And you're just like, oh, end game stuff, right? You're level 20 now, and blah 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 blah, all this stuff. Well, the thing is that was the point that you could start capturing elite skills, because you have to be level 20 in order to capture elite skills and going around. So that kind of made them a little bit prestige, because I would have to go around somewhere and find a boss monster, not just any monster. You had to find a boss monster that specifically had a elite skill for your profession, and you had to take a skill called the Signet of Capture. I don't even know if I have one. I don't have one on me right now, but maybe do we have a skill merchant here? Because if we do, then there is 100% a possibility that they will have it. Well, I can actually go back to Drachna's Forge and show you guys. And you had to take this skill with you, and then you had to kill the enemy, and you had to use that, and you only get 8, right? So you kind of you're replacing the skill with something that's pretty much useless to you. But there's some really fun interactions you can do. So you take that with you, and the skill guy was on the far side, wasn't he? He was in that training ground area that was like over there. Yeah, there we go. So you go and you look. You have to essentially look it up, because unless you know what skills each enemy has, you wouldn't know that like the enemy has. So you get the skill of capture. Choose one skill from a nearby dead boss of your profession. Signet of Capture is permanently replaced by that skill. So you have to buy that, and then you have to use it on a dead boss, and then you would be able to get any skill. Not necessarily just an elite skill, but any skill. But of course, you want to capture the elite skills, right? And yeah, and it kind of gives a little bit of prestige, because you have to hunt down these enemies. And I remember the very first, and I'm gonna kind of swap characters here. The very first one that I ever did, the very first character that I've ever made is her. Okay, the Ice Princess Eliza was my very first character that I've ever made in on this account. This was the very first character I ever made, but she was the first character that I ever took to the Shiverpeak Mountains, and because she was all like ice themed, right? And she's all like, she uses water magic exclusively, and look at all these ice skills that she has. And the very first skill, elite skill, that I ever captured with her was Water Trident. I remember this, and it's actually in the where is the, let's It's not in Thunder. It's Ice Caves of Sorrows. I totally forgot that there is another outpost right there. So there's a Can we actually go to the Ice Caves of Sorrows? Hold on, let me see real quick. No, again, that's a completely out of place area, so good thing I didn't go there. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. My dog's like freaking out. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry guys. Okay, so the ice caves. I was talking about elite skills. So again, that's like an area that's like over here to the side. We can't go there. The water parts right here is like the water parts there, and that's where the ice flow is, and that's where we're gonna be going. But yeah, this is where Saidra, right? Saidra, the ashes. We remember in Sparkfly Fen, that the Tarnished Coast episode that we did. So the ashes are from this woman that she's part of the Shining Blade or whatever, and in this mission she sacrifices herself and stuff. So but yeah, so that kind of happens here. There's some Mersat here and stuff like that. The area surrounding this Roman city is dotted with numerous icy caverns that, when the wind whips through them, make a mournful sound reminiscent of a crying woman. Waterways, frozen solid year-round, wind through the land here, but the resourceful dwarves have found a way to navigate them by building large ships that skate atop the ice. So we talked about the ships that kind of skate across. So they can skate through here, and I guess this is supposed to be closed off, but they actually like. I think they can like move out or whatever, and that's how they get to Darkness Forge and stuff, and to the Port Sledge, which is down here. But yeah, so the point being that that was my very first character was Ice Princess Eliza, and the very first elite skill was the Water Trident, which was actually right over here when you actually leave the Mersad like prison encampment place or whatever. You actually come across this like these ice. They're like the same ones that we just fought. These are like ice golems or whatever you want to call them, ice elementals or whatever. And one of them has that. And that was my very, very, very first elite skill that I ever captured. And I didn't know about elite skills. And it was really interesting because I remember sitting there and thinking like, my build wasn't very good, and I wanted to just use water magic and stuff. And I didn't know really what like I wanted to do or whatever. And I looked up some stuff, and people were like, "Oh, elite skills, elite skills. You got to capture an elite skill once you're level 20." And I was like, "What the hell are elite skills?" And that's when I slowly actually started getting into the game a lot. I had just been doing like a blind playthrough, and I've kind of talked about this before where I never really played any PC games that were like this. I played other PC games and I played RPGs and stuff, but more handholdy stuff. I played like Zelda games where they kind of like explain how certain things work and blah 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 blah. Like Guild Wars was the very first RPG that I played that was like that's intricate, right? Where it's just like, whoa, okay, you have all these different things. You have to get like runes. You have to get like this build set up and your other characters set up and like blah blah blah, and you have like different combinations of things you can do or whatever. And yeah, so then I learned about elite skills, and I journeyed. I had already finished the mission, I want to say, and I went back to it with a signet, and I captured the Water Trident skill, which is now which I absolutely hate. And I've talked about this in my video for Guild Wars 2, the like redoing the staff skill for the elementalist. I've talked about how I hate that Water Trident is on the scepter for the elementalist. I wish it was on the staff because it feels more like a staff skill, or maybe even actually on the trident. Like it feels like it should actually be on the trident. So I've talked about that, and I wish that they would go back to it. But yeah, so anyways, but that was my very first elite skill, and it kind of feels like elite skills feel a lot more prestige in that sense, right? Because it's just really cool. I'm maybe one day I want to go through and maybe look at even the skills. For example, like Shatterstone is a skill that you can use in Guild Wars 2 as well. Mistform as well. Water attunement is a skill, but it's actually like, I kind of, maybe at some point I want to go through and kind of like look at all of those for like each class and kind of like talk about, how they were in Guild Wars 1, what the animation looked like, and then how that animation has changed or something, maybe. I don't know, but it's just something that I think about. I don't have a lot of the skills, so I'd have to go through and buy like all of the skills, which would be a shit ton of money. But yeah. So, anyways, the reason why I come here, and again, we're gonna look at this in a minute in Guild Wars 2 as well. But the reason why I mentioned this as well is this is where my first elite armor. This is like the first elite armor that you can get. It's the ice. You can get the flame forged or the ice forged. Which this girl that I have, Ice Princess Eliza, she's wearing the ice forged, and then I colored it blue. And the only parts that came out blue were like the bottoms, but like, or some parts of it, right? The white part is what stayed before, and that would regularly be like a gray color. But it came out really cool, and I have never changed armor since then because it just fits so perfectly. It fits so perfectly because it's ice forged, so it's like crystally and shiny looking. And of course, it's skimpy as fuck because it's an elementalist, right? So always skimpy looking stuff on the elementalist. But I really like the boots and stuff on it. I really like this whole outfit. And then the arms. This is something that you can actually get in Eye of the North. There are these like what are they called again? They have like a specific name. The glacial gauntlets you can get. And then I have a icy dragon sword, which is somewhat a prestige item as well that I was gifted by a friend, like a bazillion. Oh, look, I have birthday presents. I have vouchers for those. Which was gifted to me a bazillion years ago by a friend. which you can only get through Nicholas. So that was like a super prestige item that I think, or you can get it from ice imps in a certain location as well. But yeah, so that's kind of like my oldest character. I don't know how old. I don't know. We can probably look at this. I've only played this character for 127 hours, uh, over the past 129 months. How much is 129 months? 29 November 12. 10 years. Almost 11 years. Yeah, it's almost 11 years. So that's how long I've had this character, this account anyways. I've played on other accounts and stuff like that, but this was my first like account, so like my first serious account, I want to say, that I made, cuz up until that point I was like playing on a friend's account and stuff like that. So but yeah, so here we are. So I kind of wanted to show that character. You know, this is my prestige. She's kind of carrying a Stormborn artifact, which is not that great. It's a really terrible item to carry, and like neither of these are really good. But I like carrying those because they're like the Stormborn artifact works because it's this like crystalline thing, and they have the there is the item that you can have. I can actually show you guys the item that I'm talking about. There is the chimeric prism focus, which is the things right here. That's what it's based off of this. The base model for this were the blue shards that are like coming out, so you guys can kind of see the shards there. I think this is a little messed up. It's not supposed to be like that. I think the hand is supposed to be right in the middle, but because of what I'm wearing or something, it's kind of like messy or whatever. It kind of is wrong or whatever. But yeah, so that's kind of what that's based off of, and that's the Hall of Monuments skin that you can get. So it's one of the like, rewards that you can get for playing the first game. But yes, I kind of wanted to show you guys my first character while we're here, and like I said, I have fond memories of coming here because this is where I got my first elite armor ever, and I was like, yay, awesome! I was so happy about that stuff. And And yeah, so there you go. Sorry, I just got like a silly text message. Let's switch back over because those characters are not ready for where we're going. So I'm like, oh, gotta switch back. So the Granite Citadel. So let's visit that. Let's look at the location in both games. And we can kind of, yeah, we can see some fun stuff. Again, characters around here. So we have Hagen, who's an armorer with full song. Because remember, so when you come here, right? We in Guild Wars 1 we're journeying down these mountains, right? We're journeying down these mountains. That's where like Spearhead Peak is, and we kind of journey down, and we come here, and then boom, we go into the Citadel, right? But you have these like headstones that are all like they're all after someone. Okay, so apparently we have to. The Dredge are assholes and they're taking the place, and I don't even understand. Sorry guys, gonna have to do that again quickly, real quick like. Oh, perfect. There's another person here. Okay, cool. So I think that'll bring because I need the priority researchers to come back out because we're gonna have to read these headstones. I want to read them. Alright, priority people, where are you at? There they are. Coming down from the little camp. Silly. So, I don't know. Do they mention every? Because there's no one else here. As you guys can see, this is like empty. So let's look at the actual like architecture and structures and stuff. So we come through the gates. So let's do the like 1-for-1 view. So we come down the hill. Like I said, this is all destroyed. This is not even there in Guild Wars 2 anymore. Like, look at this. There's nothing here. There's not even a mountain here. It's been obliterated. Okay, there's no city. We come down the trail. I would like to think that we're coming down this trail over here, like somewhere down these mountains right there. Like, that's where we're coming down. Okay. Anyways, so we get in. Boom. This is it right there. Okay. So we're gonna kind of the one thing that doesn't really work out is the gate part. What's over here? Yeah, so we don't really come through a gate. That's the one thing that doesn't really, like, they might have built that gate again later, but there's no gate that we actually come in from the mountains to get to this bridge part, right? Because that's the... Am I looking in the right direction here? Yeah, because we're looking north. So, and we're also looking in the other direction. So, again, they added this, but they didn't really... I don't know. I feel like they could have done a better job with the actual location. Like, first of all, we're facing this way. We should be looking up this way. So they should have turned this a little bit this way. Like the whole base. Turn it a little bit. But that's okay. So we have the bridge part, and then like I said, the gate part they switched over because the gate is on the other side. This is the gate is on the north side, not on the south side, and they didn't put one on the north side. They put it on the south side, right here. So, like, because this makes more sense now, right? As we look at this looks definitely more than it does in Guild Wars 2, but we're looking from it from the other side. Right? Because there's the bridge right there, and then there's a gate, the big gate right behind it. But it's actually the other way around. That gate shouldn't be here. It should be over on that side. Anyways, so then we have the bridge. Okay, we have the bridge, and we have some stuff to the left here with some shields, and we have some open fields on the right with stairs. Is there stairs there? There is not. So it's kind of weirdly mirrored. Do you guys see that? That's weirdly mirrored because, yeah, I mean, doesn't it feel like backwards because the stairs are right there. On the other side, they're on the left. So again... You know, if I'm coming in this way, you know, the bridge should be right here. And then I don't know. It's all like a little messed up. So it's not quite right. Which is that, just don't look at it. Just don't look at it. It's fine. But yeah, and you can come to the, you know, there's no open field or anything. Like the open thing that they have, you know, because they have like a open thing. Up here, Kilroy Stonekin, which, you know, I mean, do they have some open stuff here? Maybe a little bit. You have some archers here defending the fort, right here. Like, that's where we're gonna go in a minute. We're gonna go out there. But yeah, so again, it's not 1-for-1, but it's kind of a callback with the bridge and the structures and the things, you know, and yeah. So let's learn about let's talk about Kilroy Stonekin for a second here. So he has like the biggest gravestone, right? And who defeated Gulnar Irontoe in battle, a master brawler. His deeds will not be forgotten. Another line of runes is below. Read the runes, okay? And then you summon this thing and attacks everyone, and it's bad news. Not sure why they have implemented it to be like that. Because the guy didn't have anything to do with demons. The guy was literally a reference. Kilroy Stonekin as a character was supposed to be a reference to the Leroy Jenkins, right? Leroy Leroy Jenkins, right? The guy that runs in World of Warcraft, which apparently I recently read a thing was just propaganda. It was just about recruiting people to their guild. So they made this fake video about Leroy running in to get people to join their guild or something. I read something about that. I don't know if it's true. I don't really care if it's true. I don't really care about Leroy Jenkins. But yeah, so Kilroy Stonekin kind of does that. He is a brawler. He gets drunk. Okay, like he's all about drinking, getting wasted, and then going into fist fights, and that's why he's called a brawler on the like headstone or whatever. And you can find him actually right here. There's a Kilroy Stonekin, and he actually we have to. Oh, he has a quest. So he has a quest, and you can actually get you can get abilities from him. I think Dwarven Stability you get from him. Maybe Great Dwarven Weapon. I'm not sure. But yeah, he has these like quests where you can go in and you have to attack. You gotta go brawling. But to them, you're nothing but a clown, but I'll teach you. So, and he gives you like 100 points, and he gives you brawling headbutt, so you can learn like these abilities. And he has a quest chain where he goes through, and this Galnar that we read about on his headstone or whatever, that's actually part of the quest. You actually go in and you defeat with Kilroy. You actually defeat Galnar Iron Toe or whatever his name was, or whatever. And he becomes this like hero because Galnar is like such a bad guy or whatever. So that's again a reference to the guy there. It's a reference to that's Stonekin Stonekin, Kilroy Stonekin right there. So that was the character that you had like this whole. I think you meet him in like other parts as well in Guild Wars, not just up there in Eye of the North, but you meet him in like other areas. But again, he's all about like running in, screaming Kilroy Stonekin, and just like does his thing or whatever. Right, which is a reference to Leroy Jenkins. So, blah, blah, blah. Anyways. Headstone, okay. Examine the headstone. So, Little Tom right there. Little Tom is actually right here. And he's a brawler henchman. So, I talked about this whenever I do this on my challenge runs, whenever I do these, like, the heart, this heart in particular, I'm like, ooh, blah, 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 whatever, right? Like, if you know the game, if you know the first game, then, you could, like, you know the game, right? And you're just like, cool, I can answer this, I can figure this out. I'm gonna close all this down. There's like a shit ton of stuff happening here, like events and all this stuff kind of takes up all this room on there. But yeah, so I knew this because I know that he's the brawler henchman. You guys can see that right there. I'm lighting him up with my mouse. You guys can't see it because I'm in Guild Wars 2 right now. But yeah, so he's the brawler henchman. So when they ask you right here, is he an archer, a healer, or a brawler? Well, the archer is Reyna, and the healer is actually Alasia. Okay, and then we have a protector as well, which is Lena. But yeah, so that's kind of really cool that they ask you these questions. So he's the brawler henchman. So you say 1, 2, or 3, and it's actually third line, which is correct. And then you get like a little yay, cool, whatever, right? So that's really nice. So we have a Dwarven headstone here. Examine headstone. Elysia. Okay, Elysia, we just read. Is she archer, healer, or brawler? Well, now that we know, well, that we're standing right here. Her right there. She's a monk. She's a healer. So you can actually read the second line, and that's correct. Boom. All right. So that's kind of like, again, I love when they do little tidbits like that. Like, I don't like when they like force feed you the Guild Wars 1 references or whatever. But when they do like, a little heart that has to do with this stuff or whatever, that's kind of cool. Maybe this is a little too forced because in order to finish the heart, you would have to like know this stuff. Other than that, you have to like kind of guess or whatever. But yeah, I still love this very much. Hocknell the Lesser. I haven't seen Hocknell, so he's probably a collector out in. I can actually look where he is. Is it Spearhead Peak? Allies? Ooh, does it say collectors as their own thing? There's not a single collector out there? Okay. Okay. Let's try Taskus Demise then. Is there a collector out here? Oh, That's the brawl page. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. There's no collector here either? Wait a minute. Uh... Alright, let me see if we have any... no, 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 no. Huh. So I don't know who Hocknell the Lesser is. Let's go back. Let's read Granite Citadel. Am I missing something? Hagen, no. Hagen, whatever his name is. Spearhead Peak. Let's look at something else. Let's look at a different area. Let's go to maybe Grent's footprint. Oh, okay. Not what I'm looking for, but yeah. So I guess they're named after like people around the mountains. Some of them, but I right now cannot find. Oh, there he is. So Hocknell. So Hocknell the Lesser is actually all the way over here. I've talked about this like snake dance, which is the one that's like over here somewhere. Yeah, it's like over here. That's where Snake Dance is or whatever. He's one NPC there and he's looking, what does it say? He's looking for 5 Azure remains. So again, you would have to have like this really deep knowledge of Guild Wars in order to answer this. So he's looking for Azure Essence. So we read the first line, we're correct on that. All right, so some of them are just like really obscure and really random, I feel like. Examine it. Marin Trollsbane. That's also right here over in the snake thing or whatever. And it's actually, it says Mountain Troll Tusks. So number 2, read the second line. Okay, cool. So again, that's just collectors, NPCs that have like no story, no nothing. They literally just like, hey, I'm looking for this. Okay, Volsung. Okay, Volsung we know. Volsung we see him. Where did we see him? Wasn't he around here? Oh, there he is. He's a little merchant right here. A little merchant friend. He's like all by himself, except for Hagen. Hagen and him are like the only guys, and then you have like the archers up there. That's pretty much everyone that's here. So armorer, merchant, or search? Well, he's a merchant, right? Yeah, we got that correct. Nice, awesome. I do want to get that one out here. I don't think I've ever read this one. Maybe I have at some point. I don't know. Hagnon Warblade. Okay, that's also out. Why do they have all the ones from the snake dance here? Okay, Hagnon is looking for frosted griffin wings. So it's looking for, gotta read the third line on that. Alright, nice. Can I still read these, please, after I'm done with them? That would be really cool if I could. It doesn't let me read them after I'm done with them? Oh, come on. I'm not done yet.
Search for knowledge?
Are you kidding me? Oh, ArenaNet. Really? That's so sad. Guys, I'm gonna swap characters. I'm gonna find some character that hasn't done this. Have you done this? I wanna read the others. What is this? ArenaNet is messing with my skis right now, I'm telling you what. I have not finished that. Oh my god, why did I have to go into combat? Because of freaking... Ugh. I just wanna leave. Wait, where is that? Granite Citadel. I am determined to read all of these guys. I am 100% determined. Alright. We can continue reading. Just gotta make sure that I read the ones that I haven't read yet. I haven't read this one. All right. Makar Thoughtslayer. Is he a merchant, innkeeper, or a collector? Makar. So he's not there. Makar. Not there either. Not there. Nope. Frozen Forest, maybe? Nope. So I will tell you guys as well. So apparently I just saw, so there's also a collector named Volsung Stone Kettle. Looks completely different than this guy, but it has the same first name. That's really interesting. I never knew that. And there's Hawknil the Greater as also. So we have Hawknil the Lesser, which was the one that they asked us for. And we have Hawknil the Greater as well. I just don't even understand. I can't find him. It's really annoying. I'm like... Sorry, guys. I guess I can Google it. Or, you know, whatever. So, who are we looking for? Makar Thoughtslayer. And, oh, what? Okay, so he's inside of the Sorrow's Furnace, which I'm gonna talk about as well. Sorrow's Furnace is like over here. I'm gonna talk about that as well, but yeah, he's apparently in there. I didn't even look in. I didn't even expect him to be in there, but yeah. So apparently he's an NPC in there, and he's looking for what? He's looking for manifestos. So he's a collector. That is correct. That is correct. Do we have anything up here? I think the only ones that are left are these two right here. Okay, examine Tharn Stone Rift. Let me see if I can find him by myself first. Tharn Stone. Not looking good. Okay, I don't see him before I go crazy. Maybe. Oh, hold on. Let me look in Sorrow's Furnace before I do anything. No. Okay. Tharn Stone Rift. Wait, he is. Oh, he is, but he is what is he? So you're supposed to know which class he is. He yeah, and he is a monk. Okay. All right. So it's the first one. Interesting. Yeah, you have to have some like really deep knowledge of your Guild Wars 1 stuff. I mean, that's like really cool callbacks, but still, that's crazy. Reyna, so Reyna, we that's one we can answer easily. Again, that's a question of this, right? It's because they ask you for the three things. So they ask you for an archer, a healer, a brawler, and they have all like each of that stones has one of the three, right? And the one that we don't have, we haven't had yet, is the archer one. So that's Reyna right there. She actually has like eagle eye. Call me eagle eye. That's because I'm the best ranger this side of the Tarnished Coast. If you're looking for adventure, then you'll be so. But yeah, so she's the archer. Read the first line. Make Cormier and light. All right, cool. So I think Lorna. There's Lorna the did I read this one? Hagen. I don't know if we read this. So that's the armor. We know that. I mean, we've looked at Hagen. Like, he's standing right over there. We've talked to him, and I don't think I've read this one. Oh, Volsung? Yeah, well, that was the merchant. We did read that one. So I think that's it. Wait, did I read this one? Yeah, I did do this one. I think that was the first one I did, right? Yeah, that's the first one I did. Okay, so I think that was all of them. But yeah, so that's the Granite Citadel. It's like a whole like lore fun thing to kind of like, they want to show you like all this fun stuff that you can see there, and like callback central right over here, and we're gonna switch back over to my Mirage there. But yeah, so that's the extent of that for Guild Wars 2's Granite Citadel. So now I'm going to kind of journey north. Again, we're kind of journeying into areas that are not accessible because I'm actually going like north, but we're veering off and we're going into this area right here. So I'm going to be playing a Guild Wars 1 a little bit more because, everything takes longer here. We have Stone Summit attacking. That's what those archers were for on the wall up there, where we just came from. But call Gridlock in to help out. Alright, perfect. So, he's dead. Wait, how do we get out? Oh, through here. Yeah, it's really weird, because they put you out on this, like, open thing, and then have you go immediately to the right. And then you, like, can't even go north at all. Like, there's no north. That's what I'm saying, like, we're kind of done, because it takes you north, right out, right? And then you have this little plaza out here, but then immediately takes you this way, out of the way where, like, Guild Wars 2 is. Which obviously they didn't do intentional, but that's kind of, like, how that ends up being, So, and this is a pretty tough area. This is like, again, because you have the elite armors here, and this is where, like, this is very far out of the way, because none of the quests, as you guys can see, we saw that earlier, the Ice Caves of Sorrows mission is over here, which is all of this area or whatever, and that takes you over here. From here, you go up the river. They actually take you with the boat. They take you up the river, and they take you to the Iron Mines of Molodun. You do that quest, and from there you go to Thunderhead Peaks, and then you do Thunderhead Peaks, and then that takes you all the way to Fire Island Chain. So this area up here, these areas up here that are like end game, this is where you reach like level 20 or whatever, those are out of the way. Those are like not, like, those are out of the way of this stuff. I need to check something. I just remembered something, and I want to make sure that... Yeah, I should be okay. I should be okay. I should be collecting this money. I mean, this is like a lot of money that I'm just kind of leaving out and about. Oops, that closed. So we have a fortress here. This is a Stone Summit fortress. We're gonna kind of like walk through, look at it. Again, it's not something like I said, I would really love ArenaNet to make a map here, or the Java K guy, Javik guy, or whatever his name, however you pronounce it. If he could make one, that would be really cool. Has he made one? That would be interesting to know. I don't know, but that would be really cool, because there's a lot of like fun things they could do with dwarves and finding like old dwarven treasures. Finding old dwarven treasures. But yeah, so there's like a little mining thing going on here. I don't know if we can defeat these guys or not. I don't know. Because again, there's like a crap ton of enemies here. Oh god, we get knocked down by what? What knocked us down? What the hell is happening? Alright, I'm gonna have to... Wait. All my friends are going down there. What is happening? You guys see that? Oh my god. They literally went down into that area. I didn't want that to happen, but they did that. Look at them. Where's everyone else? Wait. Where's the rest of my team? What is going on? They're all like scattered all over the place. What's going on here? Alright, come on, friends. Olivia, you too. We'll just leave these guys. We'll leave them in their little fortress there. We'll leave them in their little fortress and stuff. So Taskus Demise is a really small area. It's really tiny. It's just like this area that's just for like Stone Summit. Like there's a Stone Summit thing, and then immediately like this base right here, this mine, you know, this fortress looking thing, and you have this like signage right there. I don't know what that says, but I don't know if it's translatable or not. But and you kind of journey out, and then as you guys can see, right up there is the portal already. So we're you know, you kind of and we could have gone like we could have come down this way and just avoided that whole thing. And yeah, you kind of go right into like nothingness. Like right into the like outskirts, which is really cool. This next area that I'm showing you guys, the mineral springs, there's so much to talk about, and I'm like, can't fucking wait. So I'm like really excited to go there. So there's another part of the like fortress area, I guess. There's probably no bosses. I don't know why there's no. Why I don't know why there's no bosses around. Should be bosses in all of these areas, but yeah. So we're going to the mineral springs. So look at the sky again. This has been what it's been looking like, right? The spearhead peaks look like that, and stuff. But I think we're gonna actually get a different skybox now in the mineral springs. I think it looks a lot brighter. Yeah, so it's a lot brighter, and it's a lot more like it's cleared up. It's not cloudy, and you get all these Tengu that are out here. I love this area though. It has so much like as an area, you know, that you don't go to necessarily. Like you don't like you could play this entire game 100 million hours and you would never come across this area. But it's so beautiful. First of all, it has, again, this is like Deldrimmer Bowl. Remember how the Deldrimmer Bowl looked like, it's kind of like, you know, as you guys can see, it's a lot of brown, a lot of like, there's actual vegetation and stuff. It's very different from what the actual mountains look like, which are very like rocky and snowy and stuff. And it's kind of a little bit different here. And this is giving you the same kind of vibe, even though you're not coming down from the mountains at all. I mean, we're still far away from like Rin and stuff. And there's just a ton of Tengu, but it still gives you this like tundra-ish feel to it, where like you can actually see like dirt coming through, and like, you know, there's not snow on every single one of the. Oh my god, there's so, I forgot how many like Tengu are out here. It's insane. And I'm dead. I just died. That's okay. I'll call Ritlock. He can help out a little bit. Alright. So, and these guys are just collectors. I don't know why only one is shown. Oh, because one person is a material collector. Yeah, and you have some Dolyak right here that are, you know, this is like a dwarven little, like a little farmer. Dwarven, he... Wow, we had 2 people die? What is happening? I cannot believe that I'm dying to these guys. Are you kidding me? Go. What are you all doing? You're embarrassment. So funny. Alright. Jeez. But yeah, so one thing that I've talked about before is the birch trees. You see a ton of these. Look at this. This is like a whole forest of birch trees. And it gives you like, it's so cool because I love birch trees. They're like my favorite type of tree. If I could have like, you know, if someone would ask me like, you can have a yard full of trees, what would you have? I would have these. I love them because they're like white. And then they have these like black thing. It's really cool. And then they have like different colored like leaves and stuff. I don't know. I really love birch trees. But the white on white gives you like this really interesting, you know, with this bright background, bright blue background and stuff. It's a really weird aesthetic, and it's really like, it's cool and it's different than any area. Again, ArenaNet so good about the details, but they're also like their map artists are just so good, right? And they have like, you know, we've seen the mountains, we've seen these mountains right here, all of these, even the frozen forest, which isn't really a forest. We weren't in there, but I tell you guys, there's not a lot going on. The ice flow also, I will talk about that with the ice flow as well. But a lot of these areas, they feel very kind of samey, right? I mean, it's like we can say Spearhead Peak feels a lot like what Anvil Rock and Iron Horse Mine felt like, right? And we can say that, like I just said, you know, like Talus Shoot has a lot of trees or whatever, you know, and you can kind of almost say it as like the same as like Traveler's Vale or something, or even like Anvil Rock again, because there was a ton of trees out there or whatever. Um, but you'll see that ice flow also has a very unique feel, and I love that they can make this the same was with the desert, right? With the desert, I talked about how the salt flats and Diviner's Ascent feel different than the Prophet's Path, for example, and the Arid Sea, which is just like this traditional desert versus this weird flat like hard ground. It's not sand, but it's like this hard ground that's like dried out looking, which gives you a different feel of a different. Oh, hey Emily, welcome. Gives you a feel of a different desert, right? And the same they do here. This is like a different mountain. This feels like a different mountain area. So I really, really, really like that. I think they do a really nice job with that type of stuff. Um, you know, on the maps and stuff. And I kind of went the wrong way. I wish I would have gone the other way, because there's some really cool stuff you can see over here on the side, and I kind of wanted to show you guys this stuff. Yeah, let's go that way, because I want to show you guys stuff there. But yeah, the birch tree aesthetic and stuff is really cool. I really like that, and I you know, again, it's very different, right? It's, you don't see mountains that have this type of stuff. There was actually an Elder Scrolls Online. There is an area, and I don't remember where it is, but it has that same aesthetic where you go towards the mountains, and then all of a sudden there's all these birch trees that you come across. It's somewhere around like Skyrim or something, like somewhere in that area. And I remember like it totally gave me flashbacks to, like, I felt like I was back in Guild Wars 1, you know? Like, I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. Like, this looks just like it, you know? So I really like that. It's like unique in its own way. Even though, like as I said, there's another area that looks like it, but it feels unique. So alright, we're still doing good on time. We don't have that many more. Well, we still have Lornar's Pass. There's some interesting things to talk about there. Sorrow's Furnace and stuff as well. Sorrow's Embrace, Thunderhead Peaks. So we still have like a few more hours of stuff to do. Especially since I'm showing you guys extra stuff right now. Alright, let's not die again, please, okay? I'm gonna pull up all my guys here. I want to see... so these two died, so they have to get experience. So the way that... and I'll kind of talk about that as we like wander around here, but the way that death penalty works. Death penalty is still a mechanic that's in the game in Guild Wars 2, but in Guild Wars 1, it's morale. There was a morale system. So if you died, you would get 15% death penalty. Right now I have 8%, which is affects my health and my energy. Which energy, again, is used to, like, if you think of the Revenant class, it's used to you use it for abilities, right? That's where it kind of like gets used. And if the less energy you have, the less things you can use, right? Obviously. So and then less health makes you die a lot quicker. So that's where the death penalty comes in, and it's pretty, like, it's pretty harsh, and it's pretty unforgiving in that sense. But you can also get... Oh, maybe I can get a Rune of Attunement out of that. Oh, I could. Oh, look at that. I don't want that. I don't want that. We'll just keep that. But you could get also a morale like boost. You can get up to 10%. The lowest that you can get on a death penalty is 60%. Imagine 60% of your health and 60% of your energy is gone. Like, and it ticks, right? And it's like, The trees are very beautiful, yeah, and we're gonna see a little bit more of that like whole aesthetic. I think a little bit around the corner over here, but there's actually, as you guys can see, there's stuff on the map that's happening. There's a little town out here, and it's so cozy and really cool looking, and it's there's like nothing out here. I don't think there's even people out here, but it's really cool. I think it's coming up. I want to say there's definitely an outpost here somewhere that actually leads you across. Maybe it's over there and I missed it. I'll definitely look for it. We'll find a little outpost because I really love that little outpost. So I think, yeah, I think I might have missed it. So there's a boss here, so we'll just kill this guy. Yeah, I think I walked away from it because I think it's over here, and I walked away from it. But I want to show you guys some stuff over here. But it's okay. I'll walk around. It kind of goes in a circle. This whole area, you can go in a circle up this mountain path. But there's some really cool stuff I want to talk about up there. But yeah, so you could get like 10% of a morale boost as well, which would boost your stuff for 10%. So the morale. So I have 1% right now. So I get 1% extra energy, 1% extra health right now, and that can go up to 10%. And you get morale boosts you get by killing bosses. You get 2% of a morale boost. I was at a -1, so that's why I'm at a 1 right now. At a +1. But yeah, and then my two guys that died, she's at a -1 right now, and he's even, so he's okay. And then I think everyone else should be at like a +2. Yeah, so that a +2 right there. Yeah, and those are super important when you do like hard mode content, because if you get your entire team to -60% death penalty and you then die, you actually wipe. And you actually have to go back to the last outpost, which means that everything you've done until that point, except for collecting items, is like null and void. So there's certain things we have to like clear all the enemies and stuff, or like fight a boss, find a specific boss or something. So that's kind of where hard mode gets a little interesting. And again, I'm kind of sad that death penalty isn't really a thing. I mean, the death penalty is a thing. If you guys never knew, in Guild Wars 2, there is a thing that if you die, you get rallied, you actually come back with less health, and it gets less and less and less. And then if you have like the lowest thing of death penalty, and you go down, you like instantly die. I think isn't that what it is or something? So they still have kind of carried that over a little bit, but. It's not as intricate and interesting. But again, we have more birch trees here, so that's really cool. I love this. I don't think there's anything down there, but just like a black bear. But yeah, so we get this like whole tree aesthetic, and it's not snowing, which is really cool. I really love it's like a nostalgia thing for me in like real life, because I remember going up in the mountains in the Alps, and like, you know, it would like snow, right? But then like you have those really clear days that it's like this, where it's like really bright. For those of you who've never been in snow, like, you know, it's because the sunlight gets reflected off the snow. So if you have like just snow everywhere and it's just clear, it's really bright because it's just like the sunlight gets reflected off the snow, and it's really cool. I love that. But yeah, so the morale boost, again, is, you know, kind of like we talked about earlier, the attribute system. It's like a leftover, you know, it's like a leftover from Guild Wars 1 kind of thing, and it's kind of, oh, okay, we killed that guy. He was a boss, so we got another morale boost, so we have, and you become stronger, you know. I mean, I have like 3%, that doesn't really mean that much for energy, but for health, I mean, that could mean a lot, right? Like, that could be the difference between living or dying, right? And then you have items, actually. I have these honeycombs that actually give your entire party 5%. So if I give this, boom, I got 8% now. And these are like really prestige items that you can find. There's others that you can find. Honeycombs are the easiest ones to come by because there's a collector that you can actually get them from. And yeah, and you kind of just have to do like really like easy stuff to get them. But again, repetitive and stuff, so. We get some Tundra Giants. Okay, Tundra Giants up here. So here I want to kind of start talking about the reason I came out here. There's two really interesting, or actually three interesting things that are happening in the game here. So one is this lake that we're going to right there. It has it actually has three separate access points. One is, or two of them are through the mineral springs. I can go right over here. I can access the lake, and then on the other side, on the northern side, I can access the lake. But then there's a third access point, which is on the southern side, right down here, and you'll see there's a little bridge that leads over like a little river or whatever. And we meet one of the seers, actually, the seers, and they can help you infuse your armor against the Mersat magic, right? The Mersat magic of using agony, like they use spectral agony or whatever they use. They use agony, and you can infuse your armor, and that's where the concept came from in Guild Wars 2, is because in Guild Wars 1 you can infuse your armor as well. My armor is infused. It will tell you right there. It says infused right there, and every armor piece will say that. And if I equip a new armor piece, I have to go and get it infused, which is like a little... It's not hard to do. It's a really, like, it's usually like a bonus. But as you can see, the dark... Do you see how dark the sky gets all of a sudden? Like, the skybox changed. Do you see how it's like it's really clear? And then now they make it like really... And I talk about this all the time. I love how they change the scenery. But it gets really dark all of a sudden around this lake. And people have theorized that the seer lives around this lake, okay? And it's one of the last seers to be in existence, because again, they're like this magical race, and we only ever meet a few of them, if not the same one over and over again. We don't know if it's the same one we meet over and over again, but because we meet one we meet the ones up here in the iron mines of Molodune. Or Molodune or whatever. And then there's another one we meet somewhere else in the Shiverpeaks. I don't remember where. It's another mission, I want to say. There's another mission where you can find it, right? I think. And then you can also find one in the Fire Island chain at the very... Or is it over here? I want to say it's up here. Yeah, it's during the mission of Ring of Fire, and you can meet one up there. So we don't know if it's the same one or if it's different ones or what the deal is with those, but it's the mysterious race of the seers, right? And we can kind of look across. So this is where the mission would be. This is where I would meet the seer. And then there's the other access points, which we'll go to. So that is the mysterious thing about this lake, right? You have this like weird lake, which again, it is marked on the Guild Wars 2 map. That is that same lake right there. So it is, you know, because that's where I am right now. Like I journeyed, you know, like I said, I journeyed up here, and we kind of went north, and then we went a little bit north, blah, 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 and then the northern path is here, and I kind of went like halfway through, went back around, and then came down, and then we went, you know, we kind of went up to the thing, kind of like that, right? That's kind of the journey that I did here. So from the Granite Citadel, because that's where we are in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, so the mysterious seers, like, is it still here? Because as far as we know, the seers are like they're extinct, and there's some kind of dialogue somewhere, I want to say, in Guild Wars. Oh my god, this is really annoying. Do you guys see that? It's really annoying, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. There's some kind of dialogue somewhere that suggests that the seers are extinct now, and they're gone, and we saw the last of them, and they're gone now forever. And there is the character Blim that is found in Kryta, actually, right over, you go, yeah, that's right. You go in here, you go into the secret entrance that leads you up to the Venice coast, and there's like some kind of outpost that he has out here, somewhere out in these rocks or something, and he has a a body of a dead seer in there, and he's like experimenting on it or something, and he's doing stuff with it. And apparently that's like the body of like the last one, as far as people like have theorized, and I don't think we've ever really gotten like a confirmation on it. But I'd like to think that maybe this one that lives out by this lake got away. Like, I'd like to think that, you know, why does she have to be, or she, he, whatever, you know, it. I don't know if they have gender or, you know, genders or what, but why does that have to be dead, right? Why are they, like, it could be an immortal creature and it's hidden away and we don't know that it still exists. You know, like Lazarus was the last of the Mersat, which we've gotten, like, official word on, but, like, you know, why does it have to be like that? We don't know, you know. I mean, we don't know if there's other Mersat somewhere in the other parts of the world. We don't know if there's other seers somewhere. And I'd like to think that maybe this seer that lived up at this lake maybe survived. So that's another reason why I would love to see a map here. Maybe we could hear something, you know, maybe we could have something around this lake that talks about a seer or something. Some kind of lore thing that kind of drops a little bit about the seers. Because I would love to learn more about the seers. I think those are, like, one of the really fun, cool characters. My God, this map, this camera right now. So that was the one thing I wanted to talk about, was that I thought was really interesting in the southern Shiverpeaks, is that there is a seer around here in the times of Guild Wars 1. Now the other thing is that there is a so I showed you guys the Icy Dragon Sword that I have on my Elementalist, which was this prestige item that you can get. But it was actually added as a, like, I think they, like, am I going? Where are they? They must be up here. Which was actually added as a joke by a developer. And let me get the correct story on this. So we all know about the Icy Dragon Sword, which just recently in Guild Wars 2 actually has been renamed into the Icy Dragon Sword. It used to be called Jormak's Breath, but that's now the new legendary weapon. So now the Icy Dragon Sword in Guild Wars 2 is based off of the Icy Dragon Sword in Guild Wars 1. And the Icy Dragon Sword, there's a really fun story to this. Okay, so right here I will read to you guys the trivia on the Icy Dragon Sword in Guild Wars 1. So first of all, the item was released unannounced during Winter's Day 2005. So that was the first Winter's Day for Guild Wars, okay? That was the first one ever. There was much speculation that this item would no longer drop following the celebration, accounting for the very high price at the time. So it was selling like crazy because no one ever thought that we would see that again. It was just during that festival and people thought, oh my God. And people didn't know about the future of Guild Wars. They didn't, you know, the game had just come out and ArenaNet was pretty unknown, and it was their first like big game, I guess. I don't know if they, I'm sure, I think they made other games as well before that, but that was their first, like, you know, whatever game. So, you know, their first festival. So people didn't know until later it was learned the item would in fact continue to drop. In May 24th in 2007, it was updated, the Icy Dragon Swords, from the Ice Imps. So they're like specific drops that, or specific enemies that drop them, were retroactively changed to being considered a rare item to exempt it from loot scaling. So there's like a whole like loot scaling thing, blah blah blah, whatever. We won't talk about it. It's not really important. But then the very last one, which is the very most important part, is the Icy Dragon Sword first came about from a faked leak. Okay, so there was a player in the game that made a fake leak of these Icy Dragon Swords, but ArenaNet devs were so amused that they made the sword and put it in the game. The player who faked the leak was eventually hired by ArenaNet as a programmer. So that's really crazy, right? So that and this was 4 years ago. This was actually talked about. That they actually yeah. So this was actually like this was made by a person in the community as a fake leak, and then ArenaNet were like, wow, we really like this, and they put it in the game. Now, as far as I understand it, the only ice imps in the game that drop the icy dragon sword are these ice imps right in front of me. These guys right here in this cave. Okay, in this ice cave. These are the only ones that will drop this. You can get it from the like Nicholas pack. Like I talked about the gift of the traveler. That's where I got it. That's where my friend who gave it to me got it from. But the ones that you can actually drop from an enemy are actually from these guys right here. So there was a and I think the ones that in the cave as well. So there's more in the cave. It's not just these four. But yeah, it's these guys could drop potentially. I could drop the Ice Dragon Sword from these guys, and people kind of farm them. But again, you got to remember, look how far away this is from any outpost. And once these guys are dead, they're not going to respawn. So you have to get out of the area and then go back into it. So I have to walk all the way back to this area and then walk back into it all the way to this cave in order to get even the chance to drop this. But there's a ton of them in here, as you guys will see. There's literally like a ton of these icy ice imps. But yeah, so that's kind of the story on the Icy Dragon Sword. So when you use the Icy Dragon Sword in Guild Wars 2 now, you guys will have like a little history on like where this comes from. So it kind of, I think having like a little bit of background to each of those weapons actually makes them feel like way cooler of skins to use, right? Because it's like, oh man, a Guild Wars community member made this and then was eventually hired as a programmer by ArenaNet. Like, that's really cool, right? I think that's like a really, oh my god, people are dying again. Like, this is bad. That's okay. So if I imagine I dropped one on the very last one, I will shit myself. That would be hilarious if I dropped an Icy Dragon Sword. Nope, that's okay. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. And then we come to this cave, and this is right. That's a really cool story, right? And I love that because that really shows that ArenaNet knows how like they appreciate talent, right? So there must have been something about that leak, and I don't know what that leak looked like, but there must have been something that impressed ArenaNet enough to say, we're gonna hire that guy because he's cool. You know, and I like that because it kind of like, it doesn't matter where you come from. If you have talent and if you know what you're talking about, like, there's opportunity for you, right? And I feel like ArenaNet as a company is one of those companies. I don't know how they are now, but from what I understand, I feel like they're a company that, you know, that is like that, right? Where they're just like, they recognize talent and they're like, we want you. Like, we don't care, we want you, right? And that's something that I can appreciate as someone that works, you know, as an employee for someone else. You know, I'm like, if my bosses, you know, my bosses kind of right now, they are like that. Like, they appreciate me for what I know and stuff like that. So but yeah, that's a really cool story, right? So you know now about the Icy Dragon Sword. Now the third thing I want to talk about is the statue of Lissa, and also, and I will kind of get closer to it. Do you guys hear that humming? So they have this like they actually the guide that I use actually calls it the Temple of Lissa. Okay, and it's these like two things, these two weird like, I mean, these are like almost like cauldrons, but they're like sideways, so they look like weird radio receptors or something. And they're pointing at this random statue of Lissa, and again, these are scriptures. I don't know why I was in Guild Wars 2 there for a second. That was weird. Um, there's Sarah again. They talk, you know, but these are scriptures of Lissa that you can read like anywhere or whatever. But yeah, and they have these like weird like things. Okay, this is the third thing. This is why I kind of wanted to come here, because there was like 3 important things I wanted to talk about. Even though this is not accessible in Guild Wars 2, I feel like maybe this might play into at stuff at some point. But yeah, and they hum, and they do this like weird humming noise, right? And it's really really strange. And then so this is what the Temple of Lissa, as they call it, which is in this in this area or whatever. Um, So let's read about it. The ancient temple of Lissa lies in a cave located in the northeast of Mineral Springs and contains a statue of Lissa and has 2 large dishes of Daldrima origins which pulsate with a metallic hum. Behind the cave, there's an ice beast and a seer which will allow you to infuse a set of armor, and we'll look at this as well. We talked about the seer and we're going to see it. There are large mobs of ice imps inside the cave. These are the only creatures known to drop the icy dragon sword. Um, so the trivia for this item will actually tell you that it says the name Lissa's Ice Cave for this landmark is used in Nicholas the Traveler's dialogue when he returns to Regent Valley to collect red iris flowers for the second and subsequent times. So he calls it Lissa's Ice Cave. Now, that's really strange. Like, why is there all the way out in the mountains? I mean, it's actually really close to Rin, if you think about it. Relative, like, geographically speaking, it's really close to Rin and, like, the Kingdom of Ascalon, which, are known to worship all 5 of the human gods. But still, why is this, like, isolated ice cave in the mountains have a statue of Lissa with, like, humming dishes, Deldrimort dishes, that are like pointing at it, and they have like magic going on, right? And it even says the dishes seen inside the cave are a seldom used alternative model of Daldrimor braziers. Another use of this model can be seen at the end of the Boreless Pass mission. So remember the Boreless Pass mission where we had to go into Grubel's Gulch. Remember Grubel's Gulch is the outpost, the Frostgate outpost. But in order to get in there, we had to light the fires, the brazier fires, the green fires. They give us, King Jalis gives us this torch, right? And we go to these braziers, and those are the same models. Those are the same braziers that they use, and they're these big braziers. But those are the same models they use right there. So, oh, we have more items. Maybe we can get an Icy Dragon Sword from them. That would be hilarious if I dropped it. Because I did farm that at some point. I tried to farm it. But yeah, so there you go. That's kind of the Temple of Lissa, or Lissa's Ice Cave. As you guys see there. There's more ice imps, and there's an ice beast, as you guys can see. So in order to get your armor infused, the seer will be like, hey, I need this essence, right? From this Eidolon. These creatures are called Eidolons in Guild Wars 1. Specifically in Guild Wars 1 Prophecies. They're called Eidolons. And they will drop a spectral essence, which you collect it, and it's just this like weird tangled up like mush. It looks almost like poop or something. Oh my god, Gridlock just died to these guys. It's really brutal. Holy crap. Ooh, we dropped silver die. Alright, let's kill these ice imps. Kill them! Kill them all! Yep, and so you can bring it to... So this seer right here will be on the other side of that lake during that mission. But this is a seer, right? I don't know if you guys have seen a seer in the game or at all. I mean, I've shown that picture of the seer a bazillion times on my videos on YouTube, but I've never actually, I don't think I've ever shown off what the seer looks like in Guild Wars, right? And they look a little bit darker, I feel like. But yeah, these alien-like seers, they're very close to what the Mersad look like. But they're like opposites, because the Mersad are these like glowy golden creatures, where like these are like these black like alien looking creatures. But they look really cool. I would love to see at least an outfit for the seers if we're never gonna see anything. But yeah, so You have no more armor I can infuse. You're now on even footing with the Mersad. If you bring me back island, I infuse your armor to protect you from the Mersad. May luck. Okay. So, like I said, I would love to hear that maybe this seer right here survived, and they're like these immortal creatures, and we can meet the seer in Guild Wars 2 at some point. I mean, that would be fucking fantastic. You know, if we ever go to this lake that's up here, you know, that is the same lake right there. If we ever go there, I would really love to see that. So I kind of wanted to show you guys that. So that's the seer. That's how you would infuse it. They kind of send you on this mission. Here they kind of, because you've already traveled so far, they kind of like, they're like, oh, here's the beast, and here's the essence, and here is the seer, right all in one spot. But yeah, so this is the 3 crazy things at the very edge of the game. Because all this stuff right here, that's the Iron Mines of Moloduna mission. So that's a mission. That's not like that's not an explorable area that I can just like walk around in or whatever. So the farthest of the Shiverpeak things that I can go to is the Mineral Springs, or the Ice Flow specifically, I guess. But the Ice Flow doesn't have that much fun stuff going on. But yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of Mineral Springs history, and not history, but like lore tidbits and things that are going on there, and maybe understand more of the reason why I would really love to come back here and see some stuff. Because again, ArenaNet, now that the Dragon story is kind of done, have a clean slate, and they can do, obviously the next season is going to be about Cantha and all the stuff that's going on in Cantha and stuff, but I hope that for the next expansion, or for the season after season 6, you know, whatever they're gonna do after that, it's just gonna be like maybe filling in some plot holes here and there, like lore holes specifically, not plot holes, but lore holes, and maybe filling out the maps a little bit here and there. Kind of do like a season 3. You know how we like jumped around in season 3? I would enjoy that, because I feel like, I don't know. I know that a lot of people don't like that when we jump around and stuff, but I would enjoy that. Like, have like this episodic thing where we maybe don't have like a world-ending crisis, right? We always talk about like everything is always world-ending crisis, and everything, reality is tearing apart and the world's ending and blah 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 blah. Like, why not have where we have a season where we jump from like one map and we solve a conflict there, and then we go to another map and solve a small conflict there, and it's like a regional conflict. It's not like, you know, Sorcerer Supreme over here comes and wants to take over the world or something, you know, but it's just like a little thing. So I'll have like a map here where we deal with like maybe learning about the Seers and like helping the last Seer survive or something, I don't know, whatever. And then we go to like the Tarnished Coast and we help out the Asuran characters, maybe establish like an outpost on this island or some shit, I don't know, whatever, you know, and then just kind of have something that's a little bit more episodic and not like crazy all over the place. And again, like I said, I would like to have some maps that are maybe not level 80, right? This could be a level 20, you know, 25 map or whatever, like 15 to 25 map. Like, I would like to see that, right? I mean, I would like to see a little bit of a different area and a different direction in some of this stuff, you know. I don't know. So I know that people want their new content and they want their like end game stuff and blah 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 blah, but I just think that like we don't necessarily always need, you know, if we can fill out the base game, like I said, go to that link that I posted early on in the stream, like look at that link and look at those maps and look how beautiful the map looks once it's filled out with those extra maps. It's really cool, and it's really nice, and it's really something I would love to see. So that's kind of my take on that. Because trust me, I'm one of those people that like, you know, I want new content, I want new stuff. You know, I'm bored with Guild Wars 2, I will tell you guys right now, because we don't get any brand new stuff. But I also understand that the need to go back and kind of revitalize older content and make it relevant for new stuff, you know. And I feel like that goes for the game world as well. So we have these little lanterns. So I talked about this, and I kind of, that's the reason I came back here. So we have these little lanterns around this like this almost feels like a little park, like, to me. Like, they have all these like winding pathways, and they kind of don't lead anywhere. They kind of just like walk, they like go around. This is what I was thinking of earlier. And then there's like a little bridge and stuff, and there's nothing out here. There's just like these lanterns that are just like out here, and nothing else is out here. There's just like these fucking Tengu. There's a pain in my fucking butt. And then we have that one house that we saw earlier before where there was the, pretty much the farmer guy or whatever he was, right? And he just like kind of hangs out there, and that's it. So that's the Mineral Springs, guys, right there. We kind of extensively have explored this now. And we're now right back to where we were before, right up there. So we kind of got there. So that's it. I want to show you guys that. Let's move on because we have a lot more stuff to go through. So we're going back to Spearhead Peak, which we can kind of do the same thing. Again, this is all looking very different, but I will tell you guys right now. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is go there. Okay. Let's go. How many? 60. Whee! Fly! Alright. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Need more energy drink. But yeah, so we're journeying now to Sorrow's Furnace, which is called Sorrow's Embrace in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1 it was called Sorrow's Furnace, and it was also a dungeon. It was the very first dungeon. It was, I think, one of the very first updates ever added to Guild Wars after the initial release. I want to say, I could be completely wrong on this. Let me double check. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it was released in September 5th, 2007. So I think it's one of the like earliest things, but it was like this it was the first taste of Endgame in Guild Wars 2 or in Guild Wars 1, I'm sorry. First taste of Endgame in Guild Wars 1, because this is where you and I wasn't part of this at all. I came much later. You know, I much later became part of the Guild Wars community. But I've read up on it at some point, so I'm kind of doing this from memory. But as far as I understand it, they released this, and this was supposed to be like, this is the dungeon, okay? And this is a lot more. This is actually, I would like to say, ArenaNet based their dungeon system from Guild Wars 2 on this initial release of this dungeon, like the initial, not initial release, but this first release of a dungeon in Guild Wars 1. Because what you would do is you would get these quests that you could do, and I think you had to like go into Sorrow's Furnace multiple times. Like, you would pick up a quest, you would go in and you would finish the quest, and you come back out, and then you go back in and you would take a different path through Sorrow's Furnace and then come back out. And I think you have to do that, like, I think there's like 5 quests that you have to do, and that's why it became the end game, because you had to do like these 5 quests in a row or something like that, I want to say. Yeah, so they're like repeatable, and you come back in and out. There's actually a ton of them. It's an overarching, serves as an overarching quest. So you gotta help 4 different people, one of which is Kilroy Stonekin that we talked about earlier. You have to help 4 different people and do their quests. So you have to do 4 different quests with people and go in and do 4 different things in order to completely finish up this quest. Right? So that's what kind of made that special. That was the first release. And so now we kind of compare that to Guild Wars 2, right? And in Guild Wars 2, it's kind of the same thing. Because most dungeons have 3 explorable paths. So you go back into the dungeon 4 times. So that's what they kind of base it off. And it's kind of weird to think because in Guild Wars, in Guild Wars 1, we ended up seeing... So they did this dungeon, and then for factions, they did their own little dungeons. And then for Nightfall, they did their own like little end game stuff, you know, these end game dungeons. But then the dungeons that were implemented, like a shit ton of them, was the Eye of the North expansion, which had all these dungeons like up here, where you could go into this dungeon, and there's a dungeon up here, and then there is a dungeon over here, and then there's a dungeon over here, and then there's a dungeon over here, and a dungeon over here, and it has all these dungeons, right? There's like one over here, and there's one over here, and stuff like that, right? So, you know, and we've looked at some of these. This one was the spider dungeon that I looked at. So, and then we have the Shards of War that I've talked about. So, that was different, right? That worked different because it was just one quest that you would go into these dungeons for, and then where do I'm looking for an outpost, guys. I think it's this way. Maybe not. That's blocked off. Maybe it's over here. This looks like the right area. Well, we'll find it. I'll just kind of have to wander around a little bit. Oh, there's the war camp sign. That's what I'm looking for, is the Deldrimo war camp. But yeah, so it kind of, you know, and in Guild Wars 2, the dungeons function differently. They're not just like one quest. No, you go in, you do story mode, and you have 3 explorables that take you into different parts of the dungeon, right? And that's kind of how that's how the first dungeon in Guild Wars was as well, which was Sorrow's Furnace. So it's really cool to think that that's what they based off, you know, they based it off of that. All right, we're here. There it is. There's what I'm looking for. So look at this, guys. Ta-da! I will kind of show. I don't think I'm gonna go into it because it's just a dungeon. But I will tell you. I will tell you guys some stuff. I do want to get this outpost though, just in case. Oh, I will have to wander through it anyway, so we can talk as I wander around. So this is the Deldrimo War Camp, which the reason I came here, the War Camp is like right up here in Guild Wars 1. But yeah, it's like right here actually. So this is the closest thing. Bladitstead is the closest thing. There's nothing else. But yeah, I guess it was supposed to be, well, really it was supposed to be like right here. But obviously there's like higher peaks, which there's higher peaks here as well. Like that peak is higher and stuff. But yeah, so I would like to think that this is the this outpost right here pretty much is the Baldestad, is what the war camp used to be. But obviously it's a different map, right? Because we're thinking of like we're overlooking this valley, and I'll show you guys like how alike these look right now. So, but yeah, I wanted to show you guys what the war camp looked like, and so now we're gonna fly up these mountains here. And I'll show you guys what this stuff looks like compared. Oh god, I can't climb on there? Are you kidding me? Oh god, it won't let me climb on there. Alright, whatever, we'll just have to like fly as high as we can. Alright, we'll kind of do this. Okay, so you guys can kind of see, so we're kind of overlooking, I'm gonna go down this way to kind of make it look the same. So we're overlooking, that's the valley, right? That's the valley down there. And then that's the entrance. As you guys can see, that's like red. red orangey. That's the same right there. But doesn't that look very menacing the way that you like can look in there? It looks a lot more menacing than it does in Guild Wars 2. And then you have this like, you kind of see where this like bridge is, and then you have that little empty spot behind it. That's supposed to be like right here. That's that little empty spot where the priory's hanging out at, with the little bridge right there. The bridge has been like replaced or whatever. So, and you can kind of like, you go down this like winding path into this thing, and there's Galen Trask down there, and he has a quest for you as well. Yeah, but this is, you know, kind of, I mean, this is dwarven stuff. Right now in Guild Wars 2, it's all dredge stuff because the dredge took over all the dwarven stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of right there. You can kind of see how that looks very comparable to each other, right? So it's like this deep, empty, like valley-looking thing, which it is here as well. But yeah, you go into, so the thing about Sora's Furnace is you go through and you do all of these quests, and I think you have to do them. I'm pretty sure you have to do them in order. And I want to go through that up there, so I want to stay. And there's Kilroy. You guys, we found Kilroy again. So this is when we first meet him, and then he later becomes a character. But yeah, he's part of this whole To Sorrow's Furnace. I guess I have that quest already? How do I... Oh. I have so many quests, I don't even know. I guess I don't, but yeah, anyways, so you get this overarching quest. It's called To Sorrow's Furnace, and then you have to do like these 4 quests. But the very end of it, and again, this is very like leans on Guild Wars 2 leans very much on that. At the very end, you actually defeat the Forgeman, the Iron Forgeman. That's actually the very last boss of the of that dungeon, and he makes a return in Guild Wars 2, right? He comes back, and the fight is, I think, pretty similar. Some of the mechanics are actually pretty similar to it. I don't think I'm ever going to show that off, but you guys can probably find like footage of it if you like Google it, you know, and you just do like Iron Forgeman fight in Guild Wars 1 or something. They probably have like videos of it, of how it works, you know, with some crazy like crazy music in the background, because people always do that. I don't know why they do that. And yeah, so we're moving over to Snake Dance now, because I want to move up to Lornar's Pass. So we're actually going through this little cave here, and we're going to the next area. There's a dwarven... Oh god, I'm rubber banding. Get out. We got an enslavement stone. Ooh, it's worth 30 gold. And what does he have for a quest? What does he want me to do? Many of the travelers. There are 3 dwarves and a human here who could use a well-armed escort. Alright, and we're at Snake Dance. Ooh, and it's snowing in Snake Dance. Look at this. And we're journeying north. This is a very dangerous area right here, Snake Dance. But yeah, I'm luckily coming from the south, which is really nice to do. So that's the bottom half of Snake Dance down here. So we kind of starting in the middle, which kind of cuts off some of the part. But yeah, so we're kind of journeying over here on the side. We're going over here, and then, you know, that in Guild Wars 1, right? And we go through this cave, and we come out here, and that is part of Snake Dance. And we're journeying north, so that's kind of where we're going. And I'll show you guys what that kind of looks like a little bit. Yeah. So, hold on, sorry. I'm just looking for... yeah. So, let's kind of go there. Yeah, but it's kind of cool, you know, the Iron Forgeman, the whole like, cause there's a whole like reference to like Terminator where he did like goes in the lava and he like does his thumbs up or whatever. He does it in both games, in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, I'm pretty sure. And it's just like a reference to a reference because it's like, you know, they copied a lot of stuff from Star Wars Furnace, which is great. I like that they brought that again. It's like for those that enjoy Guild Wars, these Azure shadows are just crazy. Oh, I was kind of talking about the Skelks. Remember how the Skelks? Yeah. So, I think the Skelks in Guild Wars 2 are really based off of the Azure shadows that you find around here. I'm going this way because I want to get to this Resurrection Shrine and activate it in case I die. Which might happen, right? So, I don't know. There's a resurrection shrine. There's not really anything in terms of like, oh, what's around here? I don't think there's really like anything where I'm just like, oh, that's cool, you know? It's a very bland area, I want to say. Probably one of the blandest areas, in the Shiverpeaks is kind of going up this mountain. And as I said before, the temperatures, the climate is very different from what it is in Guild Wars 2. Oh look, there's a whole bunch of dead things, and guess what? We're gonna probably have a bunch of enemies spawn right here. Yep, I knew it. So again, like we're kind of making this journey through here, you know what I mean? And it goes to all the way. It goes to before the bridge. This bridge right there, Cascade Bridge. So that is where I will be moving into the next area, which we will be doing. So I'm kind of doing that, you know, I mean, nothing here looks the same, I want to say. Nothing really where I'm like, okay, that could be the same as this. You know, I mean, maybe this outlying thing right here, that might be the same as like what I just flew by. Like these rocky things might be these rocky things. Like you know, and when it comes to stuff like that, it's all about like creative freedom and like whatever you want to come up with, whatever your headcanon for these things is gonna be. So we kind of we just keep journeying. Oh, sorry. That's it for my monster. No more monster. Yeah, so we're kind of journeying north, and we're gonna end up like over here, and then there's gonna be some a couple of really fun things to talk about a little bit. Specifically right here. So we'll just wait right there. God, there's a ton of enemies right here, but there's also a collector. What does he collect? Huge jawbone. Oh, I'm not surprised, because there's a ton of these. Tundra giants around. Look at this. This is insane how many there are. Wow. So many enemies. They don't have healers though, I don't think. So any damage we do to them is gonna be just like devastating to them, so. Redaemon. Oh god, more spawn? No, he just died. Okay. Yeah, it's very, as I said, it's very bland, very empty, this area, but I think it's supposed to give you like this feeling of dread, like there's nothing out here, we're out in the mountains. Like I think it portrays that idea really well in these areas specifically, where it's just like you really feel like you're isolated in these mountains, because all you see is mountain peaks. Again, there's no outposts, there's no people. Like we have one collector hanging out here by himself, and he doesn't even have any dialogue. So he doesn't even feel like he is a person out there, you know? So, but we're slowly having to make our way through here, and we have to fight these guys because they knock down. Oh, look at these mountain trolls! There's a whole army of them. Hopefully we can avoid them. There's a huge Shawbone right there. As you guys can see, the path kind of winds around, so we're gonna have to kind of walk by where those guys are. And there's like this little cave or something that's over there. I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, I don't know. So like I said, this was a path that people would have to take from Beacon's Purge, right? I talked about runners that would come from Beacon's Purge, and they would run all the way down Lorno's Pass, and then there's another area in here that we're gonna see in a minute, and then all the way down Snake Dance to Camp Brancore, and then from there to Drachna's Forge, and people would pay money for that. They would pay them to run them there to the endgame area. You know what I mean? Because remember, this was way early on in the game, Beacon's Purge, but you did have access to endgame areas if you could get there. But they would have to run through these guys that are like knocking you down, throwing rocks at you. There's an army of them. Like, there's look, I got knocked down again. Like, it's crazy. But it's super fun. It's super like fun to do that. I've done it a few times. It's super fun to do that. Most definitely. But yeah, so we're journeying here. As you guys can see, more of the mountaintops. I guess that's an area you could walk down as well. Yeah, there's a cave down there. Is that like accessible? Can I like go down there? Hold on. Let me look at the map. It's not. Yeah, that's really cool. See, I love that. In Guild Wars 1, they can do that because there's no, like, jumping or flying or anything like that. So they can tease you with stuff, right? This looks like a mountain pass you could walk down. And there's really clearly a cave down there. We can't go in there. We don't know what's in there. So it kind of gives you this, like, mysterious feeling. Of like, ooh, what's that? I kind of want to see what's in there. Whoa, what is this army? Oh my god, mountain trolls. Holy crap. Mountain trolls for days. Because I want to see if, like, is there... I don't think there's any, like, reference to this. There's a thing there. The portal's right there, so I don't think any of that. Because there's like this weird arena looking place in here, and I kind of want to take a peek. Oh my god, I'm trying to cast a freaking thing and everyone keeps dying before that's happening. Alright, something died here too. You can see the corpses. There's like these gray circles, so something died out here as well. Trolls and Stone Summit. Yeah, look, there's a little ice cave here. That's cool. That's really cool. I like that a lot. There's nothing here. It's just some... Nothing here. Just the boss that hung out. Was hanging out. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So the teleport is like right over there into this other area, and then it goes into Lorna's Pass. So all of that stuff all of the stuff becomes Lorna's Pass, but there's actually like a middle part as well. So in Guild Wars 2 is all considered Lorna's Pass, but it actually has like different names in Guild Wars 2. Alright, come on. so many enemies. Holy crap. Hello. Ah. See, I can't even run because I have like no like... There's like abilities in Guild Wars 1 that will make you like immune to knockdowns and stuff. And that's what runners would have to use. Runners would have to use abilities that make them immune to knockdown, because otherwise they would just die. Because it would just get, like me, perma-stunned with knockdowns, and you'd be like, what the fuck? I can't do anything. But see how high level they are? When you get up there, you're like level 8. And even as a level 20, like these are level 24, which means they're really, really strong. So ArenaNet put in this preventative measure from people for people to run it, but of course people found a way around it anyways. It made it like a fun little challenge, right? Which people nowadays fondly remember doing that kind of stuff, you know, so. No, 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 no. Oh my god, I just want to get through. Why are they not right here? What is happening? Oh my god, I'm getting knocked out. Okay. That's okay. They're running away. I'm running away too. So this is called Dreadnought's Drift. I don't know if this is referenced at all anywhere around here. I don't think it is. Which kind of sucks. I mean, I wish they did. This is a really dangerous area. It's really small. It's a really small zone. But again, it has these like really strong enemies around here. Are they fighting each other right now? Maybe not. We can just sneak by. I mean, we don't need to worry about that. Uh-oh. Look at this army coming. Oh my god. Damn it. Stop it. Oh my god, so annoying. Stop knocking me down. Stop it. Stop it right now. I gotta go around this way. So there's Stone Summit. But these are really strong. They're level 24, and look how many of them there are. And they have healers with them. They have like Dolyak Masters, which are the healers, as you guys can see. So this was, again, a really dangerous area. Like, look at how many enemies are like lined up waiting for runners to come through here. Like, this stuff was crazy, but so fun to do, you know? It's a really cool challenge. And then you have the Azure Shadows that can pop up at any time as well. I know I have, as a runner, died to Azure Shadows, like, just blindsiding me, like, really badly, and, like, it just turns really bad. So we go all the way up here, and again, you know, ArenaNet loves to place their random statues. Okay, so there's this, like, way random statue of Dwayna all the way up here in the mountains by herself. There's no humming things or anything here, but there's a reference in Guild Wars 2. What we do have is a reference to that in Guild Wars 2. So, like I said, this is a very remote area. Again, it takes you a long time, and it's very hard to get there from Beacon's Perch. And as you guys saw, this is a long journey through hard areas. I mean, my team is pretty good. My team is set up for hard mode, and I'm playing normal mode, but they're getting through this like pretty okay-ish, but I've died a couple times, right? Not recently, but like it's kind of tough. But the reference that they do to it is right here. This POI, actually. This POI is called Sky Lady's Memory. And that's the statue of Dwayne that you see right there. That is the old statue of Dwayne that's in the snow here in Guild Wars 2. So that's pretty much all it is. It's just POI. It's called the Sky Lady's Memory. It's just a statue of Dwayne that you can find on your journey through through this area or whatever. So and yeah, that's pretty much it. So now we're going back on the journey. We got to go through this whole group of enemies here. And I think in order to get through, I don't think there's a way around it. Alright, let's go. But yeah, so Sky Lady's Memory, you guys know now why it's called that. It's an old statue of Dwayne, and they made it really cool, like just a point of interest there. Which is really nice, I really like that. Okay, and as you guys can see, a crap ton of enemies awaits us. But like I said, this is a very small area. We're almost through it. I mean, literally the portal's right there into Lorna's Pass. So as you guys can see, this is a really small area. And I guess there's no reference to this, you know? I mean, we have this heart right here that deals with dwarven stuff. You know, there's dwarven caves and stuff where there's like stuff going on. Oh my god, look at this. Oh my god, that's so bad. I gotta just run through this fucking gate. It's gonna be bad otherwise. Alright, Lorna's Pass! Yay! And look at how the sky again changes. So, but yeah, look at this. Ooh, what's going on there? Well, we're about to find out. And that's gonna be the last thing that I'm gonna show you guys for this particular area. Because the rest is just, again, more snow, more mountains, more blah 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 blah. Shit that we've already seen a million times. So now we're fighting Grawl. So this is when the area is still like, these are level 22 Grawl. So this is when it's still somewhat easier to run, you know, to Drachna's Forge. Like the hard part comes later. So, oh yeah, I'm getting tired for sure. Okay, so later. Alright, so for those of you that maybe are wondering what I'm doing, it might be pretty obvious right now, but we're going to the Statue of Granite. Okay, so we had to go through a small thing or whatever. So right here, you have this like really wild, like this looks wildly different. Okay, wildly different. But yeah, you have these like passages that go up. This guy, he's collecting frozen shell. He's a frozen shell collector, and you make your way through. And at the very, so you go, and then at the very end, you have a statue of Granite. Again, they place like these random statues in the world, right? And this is it, right? This is the statue. This is the statue that we're looking at right now. Again, they had different models. I don't know why they didn't use the old model, because they do have that in Guild Wars 2. I don't know why they used the new model for it. That's kind of silly, but yeah. So there you go. That's the Statue of Granite. It's like right here. I mean, it's you know, it's a far journey to take, you know, if you're looking for it or whatever. But yeah, so that's a reference. Obviously, there's no like actual cave that you go through or whatever, but yeah, that stuff is kind of a little odd, I want to say. It's kind of a little strange because they changed that. And I think that's it for interesting things in Lorna's Pass. I don't think there's anything else. Temple, and they call it Temple of Grants too. You can kind of read about it. It's located in the southeastern portion of Lorna's Pass. It is built within several cliffs, with a statue of Grant in the deepest part of it. And the temple has a unique kind of structure as the entrance. Yeah, so that entrance, this entrance structure right here, all of this stuff is unique to this. There's no other area that looks like this. If they meant to like do something specific with it, nobody knows, I don't think. Yeah, and you can go to the underworld here because if you kneel in front of statues, the avatars of the gods come out, and you can actually go to the underworld. And I guess this is the only statue of Grant that let you go there. So, but yeah, so that's Reaper's Gate in Guild Wars 2 right here, the Grand Store, which I just showed you guys how that looked in Guild Wars 1. So, and then, yeah, and then let's get to the last couple areas here. So, I'm gonna start with going with Marhan's Grotto. Again, we're not gonna see that much of the ice flow. I'm not gonna go super deep into the ice flow because does look very it does look very different in Guild Wars 1. I do want to talk about, and let me just stretch here for a second for this for the final stretch here. Stretch for the final stretch. Wake up. No, I'm just kidding. So, as you guys can kind of maybe tell, so first of all, Marhan's Grotto. Let's read about what was. I don't know. We haven't really read a lot of different things, but I feel like Marhan's Grotto might be really important. Once, dwarves from all over the Shiverpeaks made the trek here to barter with Marhan the Mighty, a weaponsmith who was reputed for making the best axes in all the land. After he passed into the Great Forge, this grotto was named in his honor. Alright, cool. So we learned about Marhan. We learned about who that funky guy is. But yeah, so we kind of were looking at the ice flow. So Marhan's Grotto is unique in that you get the icy ground spell, because this is the entire ground here is made out of ice. And if you stop moving, while I'm moving, I won't get the effect. But if I stop moving, the effect will be put on me. And yeah, and that's just like silly. I don't know why they made this, but it's just really silly and it's really fun. And kind of just like, what the fuck's going on here? And you can get armor here, and that's pretty much about it. There's nothing else out here. So, but yeah, so they kind of have this like weird effect that they do, where it's like an icy ground, and it reminds me a lot of like Spyro. Does anyone remember like Spyro? I want to say it's the third game. And there's that like icy level that you get like early on or whatever, and you have these guys that are like ice skating, and you have like a mini game and stuff. It kind of reminds me of that a little bit because the structures look a little bit kind of the same or whatever. But yeah, so let's explore a little bit of the ice flow. Again, it has some of the birch trees, but this is really cool because it has like a mixture of those things. And this is where we can actually find Mersat as well, up in the mountains, because they're like at Thunderhead Peak and stuff. So there's actually Mersat enemies out here with their jade armor and stuff, and we will have to take care of them to get through. And I kind of just like I said, show you guys a little bit. It looks nothing like this in Guild Wars 2, but I just think it's a very pretty area. So we have some ice imps down there. Again, those are like a nightmare to fight, but it's fine. So. We're not really, seriously fighting anyone, but yeah, I have to go out in the water here, I want to say, or can I go up the top? Because I'm trying to go around and fight, like try to avoid. And this is the thing about the ice flow. You'll find a lot of like areas that are empty and there's no enemies, which is really, really cool. But yeah, I mean, this is the ice flow in Guild Wars 2. Marhan's Grotto will have been probably, well, let me take a more specific look here to make sure that, yeah, so Marhan's Grotto, where we just left from, is actually in a very specific location. It's actually where the pit is, the Freedom's catchment? What the hell is a catchment? I've never heard that word before. Oh, the meta's going on? Great. Good. Perfect timing, Arali. Perfect timing to do this. Great. That's gonna be... Oh, no, 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 no. But yeah, it obviously looks different because, you know, this was taken over by Krokotorg and blah, 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 right? So, but, you know, we're just gonna kind of travel through here. A little bit, and there's now pipes because of the dredge and stuff. But yeah, Marhan's Grotto is actually like right here where this pit is. This is where Marhan's Grotto is. So this I'm guessing is supposed to be the icy floor in the middle of Marhan's Grotto. And it kind of, yeah, and it, you know, we kind of journey north from here, and you can't really see anything. This is not the most, again, this is one of those areas that kind of drop the name and they're like, ooh, ice flow, right? And it's like, oh, okay, then they call this dredgeways right there. They call this area down here absolutely nothing. The Howling Cliffs, the Weeping Crest, Symphony's Haven, you know, which is all like different things around here. None of it looked the same. But I kind of want to give you guys a look of what the ice flow, and it looks like this everywhere. Like the ice flow looks literally what you guys are looking at is for this entire area, except for that area in the middle there. It's a little bit darker. I'm not 100% certain why that is. Maybe we can take a look at that, but yeah. So a lot of the ice has been gone as well. I don't think there was that much water around here, you know what I mean? So, but I wanted to show you guys the ship at least, because this is one of their bigger ships that's hanging out there. So as you guys can see, they use these ships. I mean, they're not using this for anything, but it's on these like sled thingies right there, or on these blade thingies. And it slides across, and it's one of their big ships right there that's hanging out. Yeah, and then this area, I want to say this area, you can't actually get into it. You actually can't get in there. So I don't know why that's like dark and pretty much like a different color. I don't know, maybe you can get into it and I just don't know. But that's pretty much the ice flow. I mean, I don't want to really remain here because there's just it looks different. But yeah, so the ice flow there, Marhan's Grotto over there. I don't think there's anything on that far corner. I mean, the boat is there. You know, that's it. So, and we go to the last area now. We get to the very last area here, guys, and we are going to be looking at some really cool stuff. So get ready for it. That's going to be the best part of, it's just the best part of everything right in there. So, in the story, we're helping, this is kind of where, like I said, we come back from the Crystal Desert, into the mountains. We have now ascended and we're like powerful and blah 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 blah. And we're helping the Daldramor dwarves fight their civil war. And remember, Dagnar in the story, Dagnar Stonepate killed Rurik. You know, we served him, but we also kind of were like friends. You know, he called us our friend and stuff. So Dagnar was an asshole and fucking bashed Rurik's head in. It was like, these are my mountains, or whatever he said, right? And it's like, oh my god, okay, calm down, dude. But yeah, so we kind of out for a little bit of revenge as well. So we start out with this outpost. Let's read about it. Within the last generation, Thunderhead Peak has become the capital of the Daldramor Nation. Since the Stone Summit Uprising, it has served double duty as both the royal court to King Jalus Ironhammer and as the last line of defense for the good dwarves of Daldramor. So that becomes the capital, right? I talked about how like Drachna's Forge is more like the economic center, while Thunderhead Peak is, you know, now the military, because it's all about the Civil War and stuff like that. But yeah, so we have these gates. Hold on, let me see. I want to make sure. Yeah, so we have these gates. So we start out at these gates right here. This is where the mission starts. Okay, we go through these. Oh no, this is where the outpost is. This is the outpost right here. This is where we just came from. And then we go through, the first thing we do is we go through these gates, right? And we come across the bridge, right? There's a bridge. So we come through the thing, through the gates, and there's a bridge right there. That's that same bridge right there, guys. So you can look at that, and there's another bridge on the far side, which is also on this. There's a far side bridge over there as well. So there's two bridges that we can, I guess, potentially. I think we can cross both of them. Either of them or whatever is fine. We have to make sure that King Jalus does not die. I'm going to summon Ridlock to help out a little bit with that. Sorry guys, I have to scratch my head because I got a haircut. And you know how they always, like, you get a haircut and it's like, oh my god, I keep getting knocked down and that's why I'm dying. We're all dying right now, literally, like. Can you guys kill them, please? You haven't used any spells. Go. Go. Do your thing. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Someone revive me, please. Thank you. Jesus. So we go across the bridge. Looks a bit different, of course. You know, it never looks perfectly the same, but that's understandable. I'm waiting for my friends to get here. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Okay. Hold on, I gotta beat some ass in both games apparently. Okay, so we're gonna cross the bridge. It looks different, but it's the same bridge. So we're crossing across the bridge here, and we're going into what is the whole story is, again, we're helping the Geldrimor dwarves, but Thunderhead Peak or Thunderhead Keep has been taken over by the Stone Summer dwarves. So we kind of like we go across here and we go up the mountain on the side, kind of, and then we look across. Boom, we're kind of, that's what we're looking across right now. Okay, so we're looking across that right there. There's the gate right there. That's this gate right here. And we have to go in there and we have to defeat these groups. So our mission right now is to clear the city and clear the fort. So so the Geldrimor dwarves have enslaved the frost giants. So I have to clear the city now. Of course, all the buildings are still standing and stuff, but I'm kind of like moving around this town now. And I think this town might be like 1-for-1. I mean, we're moving into town here. And then we were going to the left, right? I mean, not maybe 1-for-1, but pretty close-ish, I would think. So we have to clear it, go up here, get rid of this. So we're going this way, and then we're going around the mountains here, and then we're clearing out an enemy right over here right now. And it's gonna be really cool here in a second because I want to show you guys some stuff. Because you know how like in Guild Wars 2 you start inside of the building, right? We don't really do that in Guild Wars 1. We come from the southern part and we invade the keep right from the south because that had been taken over by Stone Summit, and we're like, nope, we don't like that. We got to take him out. And I remember that this building. Do you see that building right there? That was like the huge. I remember there was like a preview of the release of this map, and they had shown that building in Guild Wars. I'm talking about Guild Wars 2, right? And for season 4 or whatever, right? And it was I think it was like this Starter Guidos or whatever it was. The city feels like a lot larger in Guild Wars 2. Like, I will tell you that. But that right there, so the city feels like way bigger in Guild Wars 2 than it does in Guild Wars 1. But yeah, so you have that building, right? And that's like on the loading screen and everything, right? Oh, there's the judge. I think that the judge is the one that has the water trident. So the judge is the one that can appear. It's like I talked about, you can capture different elite skills from enemies and stuff, from bosses and stuff. And the judge is the one that has the water trident, but he can appear in multiple missions. Because I got him in the ice caves, or in the ice caves of sorrows, or whatever they're called. Like, that's where I got him, but he can appear in multiple and like in different locations or whatever. So this is one of them. But yeah, so we have this right here, and let's get the last group of enemies here. So we have to kind of clear it out. But yeah, this building, like, we're not able to go into this building in Guild Wars 1. Okay, we actually walk by this building. Okay, and it's so cool. It was so cool to me to actually see inside of it, because, like, as I show you guys, like, you know, we're kind of like walking into this fortress, right? And we're kind of like, can you guys kill him, please? Think. Hello. Jealous, can you open this? Or, oh yeah, okay. So we open the side gate. We don't open the front gate. We come from the side because we're not dumb, right? They have like siege people right up there. Like the giants can siege us if we come from the front. So we come from the side, right? We come through like some kind of side entrance. Maybe this one, right? No, that's a house. Some kind of side entrance, right? We kind of come through here. And we go up these stairs. I mean, obviously it's not one for one, but I think they did a pretty nice job nonetheless. And you kind of come through and you walk by this building. Okay, and this building is like pretty cool, but I never really paid attention to it until Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2, when Guild Wars 2 came out, that's when I started like paying attention to that, because it was like, oh yeah, there was a building there. And it does have the other side does have another exit as well. And I was like, huh, that's really interesting to think about. Oh, there's another one of those braziers. That's like a different model of the brazier or whatever. But yeah, and you go around in order to get to, this is where the main, and there's, look who it is, guys. It's Dagnar Stonepade right there. Okay, and he's on his Drake. I've talked about the Drake. The Drake is in that mission, guys. You can find the Drake in Dagnar's tomb, which is the Windy Cave, and if you go through with Siren and you do that mission, you actually see his Drake in ghostly form, and we kind of walk around. You walk around him. You don't actually fight him or anything. So yeah, and your mission is to actually infiltrate. Again, this is the other side of that building, right? This is where the exit is in Guild Wars 2. And I never noticed these buildings that are interconnected into this mountain. So I really love that Arena, and I kind of used that. And they were like, oh yeah, we have an inside. There's like an inside to the fort. You can go inside of this like really crazy, like, because it's very intricate, right? Because you go in there and you have this like whole thing that has like a forge at the end, and like all these like outposts and cellars and barracks and, you know, like all the stuff out there. And then the other side is like all these tombs, catacombs and stuff on this side. And you don't know this in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 1, you just know of like, as you guys can see, you only know of like what's out here. You know, and you know that, oh yeah, you have this and this and this going on, blah blah whatever. So let's kill Dagnar. And this is where you get revenge for Rurik, right? And this is pretty much the end of the Civil War, because we're killing the leader of the Stone Summit, dwarves, and they kind of, at this point, King Jalis takes in the remainder of the Stone Summit. At this point, this is the end of the Civil War. We help King Jalis finish the fight. But yeah, so we, you know, when we can do this again, we go around this way. and we come around the mountain. This is how you actually walk in there. That's how you actually get in there, is through, there isn't buildings here, you know, there, I don't know why they, you know, they built those, but you come around the side, and that is that same building, and you come around the outside, and down this path right there, into the middle, where Dagnar is. There's no, like, circular thing that they have there now, right? And you come there, and yeah, and you defeat Dagnar, and then now this becomes a defense mission, because you now have to defend King Jalis against the against the invading forces of the Mersat. So this is where the Deldrimor dwarves are like, thank you for helping us fight against the Stone Summit dwarves, and you've helped us kind of reunite our people, right? But the Mersat are now invading, and they're coming through a portal, and from the Fire Island chain, and they are attacking the fort, and we defend against them. And then once you're done with the defense mission, that's when the Deldrimor dwarves join you in your fight. So there's Vizier Kilbron, and he kind of talks to us about
but your fight is not yet over.
So
the Mersat and their white mantle counterparts are headed this way. They drive before them the denizens of the Shiverpeak Mountains. I grant you this boon and the aid of these undead servants.
Alright, so we're gonna skip this real quick because I don't really want to see that. But yeah, so we have to defend. Is he up there? Yeah, he's up there. So I'm gonna leave my friends here, and I'm gonna kind of join. I'm gonna try to, like, maybe avoid fighting some of these if I can. Yeah, so they open the side gates, right? And this is, you know, when you do the meta event, right? The side gates open or whatever, and you have to put, like, all these bombs, like all these mines and stuff. There's dwarven soldiers there. That's interesting. Mersat are closing in on us. I guess you can help them and then they join your fight. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I can try that. I don't know if that's actually... No, leave me alone. I'm gonna die. I have no healer. Alright, one of them is dead. And the Deldrimor dwarves are dying too. Alright, I'm trying to, like, avoid to fight them. No, 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 no. No, 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 leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Please, please, please. This is what I'm trying to show you guys. So there's a little ice cave to the north here. Okay, so all the way to the northern tip. So the fort is pretty much the same thing. There's these gates. Oh, they don't open. Do they open? No, but you have to, like, plant mines there and stuff in Guild Wars 2, right? And it's the whole idea of, like, they're storming the fort, blah, 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 blah. The first thing I did, though, is because, you know, this is the fort. It looks pretty similar to what it looked like in Guild Wars 1. But I looked for that gate, right? Because, like, what's at the northern end, you know? So there's snow truffles hanging out here. But there's nothing out there. So they kind of destroyed, like, Kralkator kind of destroyed this portal. Because this portal, this is where the Mersat are coming from. That portal right down there, you can't really see it. You see it at the end of the mission. That's how you actually go to the Fire Island chain. They're coming from the Fire Island chain through this portal, and I don't know where. I don't think that cave leads nowhere. I don't think there's anything there. But that was the first thing I wanted to go to, because I knew that there was a portal on the other side of Thunderhead Peak, or Keep. I mean, I'm sorry, Thunderhead Keep. Like, I knew there was a portal on the inside, and I immediately went there to look at it, and it was gone, like, because Kralkator, like, destroyed everything around here or whatever. And it was kind of sad to me, because that portal you know, leads to the fire. It literally takes you all the way to the Fire Island chain. That's how you get there. You go through the camp, or you go through the portal, and you get into the camp. And yeah, and that's kind of like at the very tip there with that weird ice cavern. And it looks like there's like stuff on the side over there as well, on the map. But I don't think there's anything there. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And then you just have to defend King Jalis. You have to defend him against the attacking forces or whatever. And then by the time that you are done with that, I mean, it's just like it's like a 5 to 10 minute mission of you just kind of sitting there and defending that, right? And that's it pretty much. So but yeah, this is all like this. I mean, as you guys can see, it's all like destroyed by Kragatorg, so there's like nothing out there anymore. And I'm gonna die here, which is okay. But yeah, so and you know, that was kind of sad to me because, you know, maybe they could have had some kind of reference, some kind of point of interest where I was hoping for a point of interest or something like on the tip there, because there's that like small little tip right here that kind of protrudes outward, and I was hoping that maybe it would be like a point of interest where it's just like portal or whatever, right? Portal Peak or something. I don't know, some random name. But yeah, they never made a reference to it. So, but yeah, it's kind of like I know it's actually really important of a plot device, that portal down there, because it's what enables us to actually finish the story. You know, the Deldrimor dwarves follow us through the gate because they have now been like combined and they're now one force. You know, they kind of slowly over time, obviously by the time end of Eye of the North comes around, they've been like integrated. But you know, they follow us through and they help us, and they help us over in the Fire Island chain. Some of them, not all of them, just some of them follow us through. But yeah, so that's pretty much Thunderhead Peaks. Thunderhead Keep. I mean, I keep saying Thunderhead Peaks, but it's Thunderhead Keep, and it's called Thunderhead Peaks in Guild Wars 2. That's why I keep saying that, because it's Thunderhead Keeps. So here, but yeah, so that's it. I mean, we don't see any of the inside, but to think that that inside of these mountains, you know, there's stuff in there and we don't see it until Guild Wars 2. That is something that I really have to applaud ArenaNet. You know, I really have to applaud them for that, because that is such a genius way of taking this old map and making it look exactly like it did in Guild Wars 1. You know, they've changed a couple things here and there, but for the most part it looks the same. And then just like throwing this twist where it's like, oh yeah, there's like all this shit inside that you never see. You never know that there's all this inside to the dwarven thing. Like, you know, it's not just a fort, but it also has like a forge way down in there, and there's barracks, and there's all this like stuff, right? And these catacombs on the other side, and blah 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 blah. Like, I don't know, to me that's really cool. I really enjoy that. I think that's really something like that's really cool to me. I don't know, and I hope that ArenaNet can do that with other maps, right? Where we maybe go somewhere that we have been to, like they kind of have done the same thing here. We're gonna next week we're gonna talk about the Fire Island chain a little bit. I'm gonna try to stretch it out as much as I can. It might be a really short stream next week because we're only gonna do this. I'm maybe gonna show off the seer again or something. We can talk about that stuff again, and I'll show you guys a bunch of the different things here with the Mersad and the Onyx Gate, which is like this three-layered gate here that you have to like walk through. That actually the boss of the Mersad is at the very end, at the very tip over here, is Optimus Calyx or something is what it's called, and there's like two others. There's like three of them that are like the leaders of the Mersad, and you actually kill them. You kill the like leader of the Mersad over here, and then I think someone else steps in and kind of takes over. But and I haven't done the Hell Precipice mission, which takes place down here, you know, on this character or whatever. But there's something interesting over here on the far side. You can kind of see it's a little bit green. I do want to talk about that. There's some really interesting connections to Guild Wars 2 that are very subtle in the way that ArenaNet has done this. It's very interesting the way they've done it. But yeah, I mean, again, I kind of like when they take something like that, when it's like, okay, this is the concept, this is what the map looks like, but we're gonna make a twist. There's something inside that you didn't see before. I would love that if they did that with other things. You know, I mean, they've kind of done it like up here where, you know, there was that Mossad prison or whatever, you know, and we kind of didn't know about that. It would be really cool to get a map that's on top of that, maybe. And we know that there's a raid underneath it in the ground, you know, and stuff like that. I mean, like certain things like that, you know, it would be really cool to kind of maybe see something where it's like we know there's something underneath it or on top of it, but we go underneath it or something like that. Like that would be really cool to me, I think. So, but yeah, I don't know. So that's the southern Shiverpeaks. You know, we kind of did like this. You know, we kind of did that. Like I said, next week I do want to do the Fire Island chain, but there's not that much to talk about, so it might be a shorter stream. They're also very changed, as you guys can see. They're very different. They're very different, but there's some interesting lore stuff to talk about, specifically with the Mossad and so on and so forth. But that'll be next week, and yeah, and I hope you guys enjoyed this. And like I said, I will be uploading this to YouTube. And for those of you that are on YouTube that are watching this, if you guys are interested, you know, let me know if I missed something. Let me know what your thoughts are. Let me know what your experience was with the Southern Shiverpeaks or with any of the other areas. I would love to start a conversation with you guys. And yeah, and I'll see you guys. I will be doing a stream probably tomorrow. I don't know, probably a shorter stream tomorrow, because I do have to work the day after tomorrow. So, but I do want to do some Temtem tomorrow. So we're gonna do some Temtem tomorrow. We'll play a little bit with that, and yeah, and that's pretty much it. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys later. Bye, guys.